will chair this meeting. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Planning and Housing Committee meeting number 26. I just want to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence ont enrichi et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. We've got a fairly beefy agenda, but I think we're going to have everyone out in plenty of time to get to Pride Night at the PWHL, where we will hold Boston off. Congratulations to the PWHL for giving us a fantastic season so far. Can't wait to see how tonight's game ends up. Who's going to the game? Okay. I wish I was going. This, can I get a roll call, please? You've got extra tickets? You know who to call. May I get a roll call, please?
Councillor Brockington. Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Dudas.
I'm here.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Vice Chair Gower.
Here.
Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you very much, Kelly. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 5.1 to 5.3 and 5.5 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on May 1st, 2024, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest? None? Thank you. Are the minutes of our meeting 25, Wednesday, April 10th confirmed? Confirmed, thank you. Response to inquiries. There is a, we've received a response to the inquiry that was made by, I believe, Vice Chair Gower, updates made to the Ontario Wetland Evaluation System. Chair Gower or Vice Chair, were you interested in having that lifted?
So I won't ask committee to lift this, but I did want to say I do have some follow-up questions, some of them technical in nature for staff that I'll be following up on. It is a topic of great concern to many in our community. The changes to the Ontario Wetland Evaluation System have, I think, really put our wetlands at risk and our ability to protect natural areas. But I'll follow up offline with staff, and thank you for the initial response.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I don't have any requests to lift that. So the inquiry with respect to development and stormwater systems, my understanding is Councillor Johnson is asking to lift that.
So the motion is that pursuant to subsection 89.3 of the procedure bylaw, being bylaw number 2022-410, the Planning and Housing Committee approved that the rules of procedure be suspended to allow for the consideration of the items listed as responses to inquiries, Planning and Housing Committee 2023-04, Development and Stormwater Systems.
There are delegations signed up to speak to that. If it's carried, is that carried? Thank you. So we'll come back to let me get through the rest of the agenda first, and then we'll come back to that if that's okay, Councillor Johnson. There are two items, 5.1 and 5.2, dealing with Boris O'Kane Road and McKenna Casey Drive. We have no one signed up to speak to it. Is that item carried? Are those items carried? Carried. Thank you. There is a zoning bylaw amendment for 315 and part of 321 Chapel Street, as well as 8 Blackburn Avenue. Councillor Johnson, I think you have a point of privilege.
I rise on a point of personal privilege to disclose that I previously worked with the property owner in the application for 315 and part of 321 Chapel Street, 8 Blackburn Avenue, which is before the Planning and Housing Committee today. I have consulted with the Integrity Commissioner, who advised that I have no pecuniary or financial interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and therefore may participate in the discussion and vote on the matter. I wish to declare this relationship to provide transparency in the spirit of Section 4 of the Code of Conduct for the Planning and Housing Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. There are no delegations signed up to speak to this one. We can get a presentation if the committee so desires. Does the committee want this presented or held to the applicants? Tamara, Ross, Jessica, if the committee is prepared to carry this, do you still wish to speak? Thank you very much. So is that item on Chapel and Blackburn carried? Thank you. Oh, and sorry, that would also apply to item 5.4, which was the application to alter also. Yeah, so items 5.3 and 5.4 are then carried. Thank you. There is the zoning bylaw amendment for 1166 Bank Street. There is a delegation, so we're going to hold that one. The Riverside South secondary plan, we've got a presentation coming and there are a number of motions, I think mostly technical in nature, but we'll hold that one. I think Councillor DeRoche is with us. Oh, good morning. Thank you for joining us, Steve. And then there is the motion from Councillor Troster with respect to renoviction. So there are lots of delegations on that one. And of course, we'll hear from that as we go down. Just want to see if there's anything else. Nope, we're good to go. Okay. So let's come back to the start of the agenda, which was the response to the inquiry, which has been lifted. So you've all read the response to the inquiry. Councillor Johnson, did you want to preface this discussion with any comments?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this inquiry came in light of the very severe storm that we had, which affected many neighborhoods in the outer urban wards especially badly. And we had a very succinct flood report come through that described the impacts of that flood. But we did want to pursue what will be done in a more proactive way to ensure that stormwater management is being done effectively as we welcome further intensification. Specifically in the neighborhood of City View, we have seen a lot of intensification come. The lots are large, they have been severed. We've put down, either 2 single-family semis with a great deal of hard surfacing. And part of the concern has been that the City of Ottawa has not intervened when those proposals either put the ditch back poorly or in fact eradicate the ditch altogether. Further to this, in the prior city of Nepean, once upon a time, you could actually get a permit to fill in your ditch. And so we end up with a very patchwork system that creates a great deal of flooding. And now the City View community is being asked to undertake a 10-year ditch rehabilitation, which will involve digging out of many of these properties, some of which property owners didn't even understand when they purchased the property that they were in violation. So it will come as a surprise. So it is a great undertaking for City View to have this happen in their community. And obviously there is concern that this will just happen again. And so this inquiry is trying to understand what the city is doing in order to ensure that moving forward, once this very expensive and long and inconvenient project is undertaken, that it will be preserved as a functioning system. And so the questions that I have, really do have to do with that moving forward. So I'd like to understand how the city inspects the newly completed developments to ensure that there was no alteration to the ditch system. So when a project comes forward, how does the city move through to make sure that those ditches have the integrity they need?
Chair, through the building permit process, there is a grading and drainage plan provided, and typically I'll speak to this as an infill as opposed to
Thank you.
something that goes through site plan, which is has a different framework to it. But typically there is a grading and drainage plan. There is a process in place to make sure that the grading and drainage plan is followed with our inspection group. To ensure that it follows the plan that was approved at the time of building permit.
Just before we go too far down a path of questions to staff, I would like to give Jill and Nancy, Jill Prott and Nancy Wilson, the opportunity. They've signed up to speak to this item. Jill and Nancy, are you each taking 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee?
Hi, this is Nancy Wilson. I'm co-president of the City Community Association, and yes, we would like to take 5 minutes each to present something about our community, if that's okay.
Absolutely. We're in your hands. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to make you all aware of the unique problems in our City View community, which is surrounded by Baseline, Clyde, Maryville, Meadowlands, and Woodruff. You may not be aware of the situation here where we have flooding issues and a complete lack of storm sewers. We still have a rural ditch system that is failing. Yet, if you look at a map, we are geographically situated at the center of Ottawa. Hence, the surrounding newer communities named Center Point and Central Park. In City View, there are over approximately 1,500 detached dwellings set out on a grid pattern that was established in 1913. Yet, we still have rural drainage from the 40s and 50s with ditches. In rural areas, open ditches and culverts collect and carry stormwater to the outfall. This system has worked more efficiently in the past, in the rural days, when everyone was required to have a ditch and the drainage flowed into the Algonquin Creek, the creek at Algonquin College, as well as Pinecrest Creek. But this has all changed. Algonquin and Leakin Farm are now all developed and paved over. Burns were constructed around the perimeter of the college. Over time, some residents filled their ditches, unaware of what a rural ditch system is, as we are not rural people but live in the suburbs. There has been no education from the city for residents who are unfamiliar with this old ditch system. The city planners should be explaining this system to developers building in this area. The old people that lived here, the older generation, they knew about these ditches, but the newer people don't. Some ditches were filled by residents illegally, but some were filled legally. Approval was given with the condition that perforated pipes were put under the ground. This was not always done. Legal filling was not common here, but it did happen. Since amalgamation, all maintenance has ceased. Culverts have rusted, deterioration, and some have collapsed over time. The steaming and cleaning of culverts stopped when the City of Ottawa took over. City View has seen an enormous amount of infill development over the last 10 years. We have had over 200 new builds that have gone through the Committee of Adjustment, with many additional huge homes filling our lots. These new builds reduce the permeable surfaces drastically. Infill and development have removed hundreds of trees in our community that absorbed most of our stormwater runoff. 131 trees alone were removed at 21 Withrow Avenue. Most new builds have been constructed with double driveways, no culverts, and no ditches. These were reported to the city, but nothing has been done. The City View Community Association has been raising this concern for years at Committee of Adjustment hearings. Finally, we got the attention of the chair of Panel 2, Anne Tremblay, and this major infrastructure issue was addressed. She consulted with the city, and eventually in the last year, the city approved the conditions be added to these severance applications for drainage. Climate change is increasing the number of and severity of extreme weather events, making City View more prone to flooding, including many of the 100-year events occurring more often. There have been many basement flooding issues. Many residents have active sump pumps that are continually dumping into the ditches, and they're running more now. This increase in sump pump activity in our community creates higher energy bills. And with the more frequent power outages, residents are in constant fear of flooding when sump pumps fail. The city is aware that City View has a high water table, particularly at the lower areas and at the bottom of hills. Our lack of proper storm sewers greatly affects the quality of life here and the livability of our community. The existence of these rural ditches affect walkability, as the shoulders of our narrow roads are not paved and the ditches are a safety hazard for pedestrians. Due to the existence of these ditches, we have been overlooked for sidewalk and curb construction. We are a community that has a lack of sidewalks. I'm going to let Jill take over now. Jill? If Jill can't get in, she has trouble with her internet. So if she doesn't get in,
Oh, I'm
I
so
can-
sorry about that.
you're there? Okay, go ahead.
All right. Why the city should upgrade us now to storm sewers? The proposed rehabilitation is scheduled over the next 10 years. We can't afford to wait, nor should we. We're paying some of the highest taxes in the city, yet we are lacking basic infrastructure. We know our city is struggling financially, and we expect that even this proposal could get cut or stopped through this lengthy 10-year process. This proposal and the costs being invested will be wasted if this is the continuation of our antiquated rural ditch system, which was appropriate in the 1940s when Cityview was farm country. We're no longer farm country, but a busy, evolving suburban center. We're embarrassed about the condition of our community and concerned that we may not be given updated present-day infrastructure like other Ottawa communities. This is a great disservice to our residents. With respect to densification, the new OP is encouraging more density, especially in areas like City View, in the outer urban core, near transportation hubs, and along main streets and corridors. These new builds are already affecting our ditch drainage system. Upgrades are required as soon as possible if the city intends to continue to encourage any more new development here. This intensification within the urban area was approved under the guise of saving money by using existing infrastructure in developed areas. Yet here, proper infrastructure does not exist. Because of our ditch system and lack of storm sewers, we have very few, including on our collector roads. This is contrary to the city's vision. Ditches prevent planting of trees on the right-of-way, affecting our tree canopy and creating heat islands. Over the years, the city has saved a great deal of money in our community due to this inferior infrastructure. Ditches have not been maintained, city culverts and roads have not been upgraded or replaced. Sidewalks have not been constructed or maintained. Snowbanks are not removed as snow is pushed into the ditches. City trees haven't been planted or maintained in the right-of-ways. These savings are high taxes and the stormwater surcharge on our water bills, as well as these proposed ditch rehabilitation funds, should be put towards a proper storm sewer system. The city claims that an unobstructed ditch system, which has compromised the ditches and culverts, can perform to an equivalent or higher level of service as a storm sewer system if designed and maintained adequately. In Cityview, this is not the case. Over time, the city has not adequately maintained the ditches or endorsed the rules on the alteration of ditches. Altered ditches at infill sites have been reported but never changed. By law, officers are not trained to address these issues. Neighbors are reluctant to report on neighbors. And that will now be made. And how can we trust that this design will work and that will now be maintained adequately? Storm sewers can't be altered by residents as a ditch system can. The city maintains that compared to an underground sewer system, ditch systems offer many benefits to the environment. If this is the case, we suggest that all developments in Ottawa should have ditches. The city maintains that a rural ditch system is broken. There should be a moratorium on infill and new development within the Cityview community until these drainage issues are resolved. Thank you very much.
Jill, thank you very much. While we have the delegation, did any members have questions?
Thank you so much for being here to the two of you. I know this is an issue that is causing, great stress in the neighborhood, and it's something that's highly visible when we do have pooling and flooding in various areas. I wonder if you could let us know, to what extent do you feel that the city has reached out to residents across Cityview, and how might you suggest that they communicate some of these changes the most effectively with your residents?
We were talking about this last night, and one of the things that I think is key is educating people. So I think people don't understand these rural ditch systems. So I think the planners or the city needs to come out and explain to people what a rural ditch system is and how it works. I don't know if they have some kind of prop that they can bring just to show how it works. But we need to know, or our residents need to know how it works. And then they need to be given options that they can have. So if they don't want this rural ditch system, I know there's an option that if the street opts in, they can get storm sewers, but they have to pay for it. Like Jill was saying, with all of the savings that the city has made over the years on our area, we think that taking the money from this project and putting that towards storm sewers and some of the money that has been collected from our taxes and the water surcharge on our water bills and the savings that the city's made by not having to do snow removal into other areas and not having to keep trees upgraded and all those things, all those savings that Jill talked about. Those things are something that we think should be considered when telling our people that they have to pay for something. So yes, they can maybe have to pay some, but not the big amounts that we're talking about here. So I think that's something that the city needs to do, is come out and educate our community more before they take on this big rehabilitation project. I know the study's gone on and I know it's been sent out to people here, but it's really hard to understand. So I think for the normal resident, they need to be educated on, first of all, what a rural ditch system is, because people think, oh, I've got this ditch in the front of my yard. Oh, there's a lot of water in it every time it rains. Let's fill it in. Maybe that'll help. They don't understand what the consequences are of that. So that's just one thing that I would suggest. The other thing is that we're getting a lot of cut through traffic through here. With all the development on Maryville and all the modifications to the Maryville Road, we're getting a lot of cut through traffic, and we need to make sure that we have safe roads for our people to walk on, and we can't do that with the ditch system. So something has to happen. We either have to pave off the sides, if we're going to have ditches, pave off the sides and have markers down the side so people can walk, or something like that. So that's another thing that I think we would like to see done. Jill, do you have anything more to add?
I think I lost.
Thanks, Jill and Nancy. We don't have a substantive item to vote on today, and I think you've made your points eloquently and clearly. Councillor Johnston, do you have any further questions for these delegations?
No, I don't, but I'll just offer a couple comments to wrap up.
Do any other members? Councillor Kavanagh?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the delegates for coming forward. I have 3 major communities with ditches as well, and I can understand the frustration because there's been a lot of neglect over the years, and I believe the city is starting to focus on it through the pushes from councillors like ourselves, because it needs to be done. It's been ignored for years, and as we hit these changes with major water rainstorms coming, we need good ditches, and for whatever reason they filled them in, etc. I really would like to see more of the education. I think the resident raised a good point. People don't understand how they work, and that's Pardon? Yeah, no, it's not a delegate. It's more for staff for, what are we doing in terms of the education component? Because we certainly need that. There's a misunderstanding of who does what.
Jill and Nancy, we're moved into questions of staff at this point. So thank you very much for your presentation. Did staff want to respond to Councillor Kavanaugh?
Chair, only to advise that there is, and while it's maybe more focused to the rural parts of the city, there is information on ditches on the city's website at ottawa.ca/ditches.
I don't think that fits the bill here because this is urban areas and we need to talk to people who live in the urban areas. And as infill comes in, developers are putting in homes in these areas, and we need to make sure that that there's an understanding of why they're there. And no, it's not going to change. We're not changing over to storm sewers. That's pretty expensive, and frankly, ditches do a good job. But I think we need more education for the urban areas.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Johnson to wrap up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Essentially, I think this has brought forward again a pretty healthy conversation about ditches, and I'm looking forward to the ditch sponsors group that Councillor Kitts put forward. And I think the frustration on the part of residents who are in a ditch system is that a ditch system for stormwater management prevents or intervenes with many other investments in the neighborhood, whether that be sidewalks, whether that be streetlights, whether that be our upcoming tree planting strategy, where we are talking about proactively planting trees. We can't plant trees in ditches. And so there are many ways that having a ditch system interferes with the quality of life and benefits that residents would like to equally enjoy across the city. And so if we are going to be doing 51% of intensification within the Greenbelt, we do need to have special consideration for these residents who are wanting to experience, a safe and comfortable home environment, just like those that were built in the city of Ottawa pre-amalgamation. And so I look forward to the sponsors group, and I appreciate the committee's indulgence here to discuss this today. I would echo Councillor from the north of me to say we do need to have a more intersectional conversation about the impact of ditches and what it means for our residents in the outer urban wards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. We're not required to do anything with that one. It's just a response to an inquiry. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure, because I know this is being broadcast. With respect to 51% intensification, is it within the Greenbelt or within already serviced areas of Ottawa?
Chair, the 51% is within the built-up area of the urban area.
Yep. Just to make sure that's out there properly. Okay, thank you very much, councillors. Thank you very much, Jill and Nancy. We will move on. The next item that was held was the zoning bylaw amendment for number 1166 Bank Street. There is a delegation to hear from, and there is a short presentation that I think JC is prepared to make. Jean-Charles, bienvenue. We're in your hands, sir.
Good morning. All right. So today we have a zoning bylaw amendment for 1166 Bank, and we can proceed to the next slide. Property is located in Old Ottawa South on Bank Street, of course, at the northwest intersection of Grove Avenue. Next slide, please. The existing site consists of a one-story commercial use with surface parking at the front. And there's also a city-owned public lane that abuts the rear property to the rear. Next slide, please. Currently, the zone on the site is a TM2H15 zone, which is traditional Main Street, subzone 2, with a maximum height of 15 meters. Next slide, please. It is proposed to rezone the property to have a site-specific zoning with an increased height of 20 meters. Perhaps I can walk you through the proposal, as it will make more sense as to what the proposed zoning entails. So the proposal is for a 6-story mixed-use building, 3 commercial units located At grade, access from Bank Street, 45 residential units above. The main residential access would be from Grove Avenue. 14 underground parking spaces are proposed. 59 bicycle parking spaces as well. The access to the parking garage will be from Grove Avenue. Now for the proposed zoning, it includes a decreased rear yard setback from 4.5 to 2.6 meters. However, that only applies to a very small portion, 1.6 meter tall foundation portion above the parking garage ramp, the surface will also double as a residential amenity patio. The rest of the building is to have a 6.5 meter rear yard setback, which is an increase of 2 meters beyond the minimum, the zone's minimum. There's also a proposed increased height from 15 to 20 meters, a decreased additional setback, commonly known as a step back, at the 4th story from 2 meters down to 1.3 meters. A reduced parking rate from 0.5 space per unit to 0.44 per unit, and an increase in bike parking from half a space to a full space per unit. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed site plan. At the top, we see the ramp with the, in white, the 1.6 meter tall element for which the rear yard setback reduction is required. And we see some landscape or soft landscaping upgrades both along Grove and somewhat around Bank Street to allow for space for tree plantings, etc. Next slide, please. So this is a visual representation of one of the the zoning relief being requested, being the angular plane requirement. And in green, obviously, is what the intent of the reduction is, and in red is what the bylaw currently provides or requires, and in blue would be the bylaw requirements if the measurement was taken at the back of the rear lane. So this is an indication of how much of the building actually protrudes within or outside of the angular plane requirements as currently requested or required by the bylaw. Next slide, please. So in general, the proposals is consistent with official plan policies for the interurban transect, Main Street corridor designations, and the evolving neighborhoods overlay, as well as urban design policies. And the proposed zoning bylaw amendment supports the intent of the zoning bylaw in fostering, promoting compact, mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Charles. And sorry, I should note that I believe, Councilor Menard is here as well. This is in Capital Ward. Welcome, Sean. Simran and Tone, I leave it to you whether you want to run through your presentation now. We've just received a fairly comprehensive one from staff, or whether you'd prefer to make a presentation after the public delegation. Okay. Fantastic. So in that case, I'm going to invite Nelson Miller to make a presentation to the committee. Nelson, as soon as we have you, we'll be in your hands with respect to a short presentation.
Yes, thank you. And I can't see very well. Is the presentation on screen?
Almost. We're just getting that up, and that's up now.
That's great. Thank you. Hi everyone. My name is Nelson Miller. I'm the owner of 5 Grove Avenue, and I am the immediate residential neighbor to this proposal. Next slide, please. So just by way of overview, I think important context to understand is that all of the zoning variances being considered relate to the boundary of this development, specifically with my residential property. They will each and all allow the development to be built both closer and taller to my home than zoning permits. As the immediate neighbor, I have 3 areas of concern which principally relate to setting the best circumstances for these properties to coexist going forward. They relate to garbage, storage and collection, traffic, deliveries and parking, and then the public laneway, which was mentioned. Next slide, please. So first, with respect to garbage, I've included a couple of images here which demonstrate storage of garbage and recycling by the commercial properties to the immediate north and south. Specifically, the bottom image is at Ossington, where the garbage structure was built on a public lane, which I mean, I think is a bylaw infraction, probably violates the municipal act as well, but it's unenforced. I mean, that's a secondary point about interactions with bylaw on these issues and challenges that residents face in that process. I think the resolution to this concern can be quite straightforward, that garbage and recycling for 1166 Bank Street should not be located outside or at the western rear property line. It isn't currently, and ideally it would not be going forward. Next slide, please. So the next is with respect to traffic and parking, and I've included a number of images that I collected over a very short period of time, maybe 2, maximum 3 days. In the traffic study, I believe it mentions that the deliveries and loading and unloading will occur from Bank Street, and I can say that that is not currently true. Deliveries either occur within the existing parking lot of 1166 Bank Street, which will be eliminated as part of the new development, or they occur directly in front of 5 Grove. And on that larger image, I think you can see that there's a truck that's actually quite impeding my driveway. It is frequent that occurs, and the number of interactions that I've had to have over the course of years is to hear statements of "I'll only be 5 minutes," which really is an unreasonable statement to be required to interact with for somebody impeding my ability to enter or exit my own driveway. So the proposal eliminates the parking lot of 1166 Bank, which risks further concentrating the parking and deliveries in front of 5 Grove. With 45 new residences, 4 new commercial properties, just taking a quick look at some statistics on typical number of home deliveries per year, which is around 35 per household, I think on a conservative estimate. And you have about 1,500 net new vehicular deliveries per year. That's a lot. So the proposed solution would be to establish a no stopping zone in front of 5 Grove, and that parking and delivery solutions need to be achieved and then enforced within the boundaries of 1166 Bank. Slide, please. And the final comment is with respect to the laneway, and I would like to correct the statements. It is true that it is a public lane, but it is a Class B Type 6 lane, so that it is closed. There is no municipal infrastructure in there, and it has been incorporated as part of 5 Grove for at least 25 years. That scenario is true. In the image, you can see there's a passage that runs to the rear of Grove, in between the residences of Grove and Glen, and that lane runs all the way down to Brewer. And that lane is also closed and occupied by property owners and has been for decades. I understand that it is a public lane, but I think it's important to convey that this is a lane that has been part of my yard, and I have been looking after it now for 10 years. For the context, so I applied in 2020 to close and purchase the lane pursuant to the city policy on lane divestment. On December 10th, 2020, I received an
Nelson.
email. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Yeah, no worry. This is, it's not necessarily germane to the zoning decision that we have to make, and you're out of time. So is there a quick one sentence wrap up that you have to your presentation? I note that your counselor does have some questions for you.
There is, yes. So I applied to purchase the land in 2020 and I got a yes. I got a written yes, which was then, not written, but it was then overturned without any written confirmation. There's a bunch of zoning permissions that would be given to 1166 Bank. I think for fairness and balance, it's important to me that the permission to close and purchase the laneway incorporated as part of 5 Grove is very important for equality at the property boundary.
Okay. On that note, we'll cut you off there. Thank you, Nelson. But Councilor Menard does have some questions for you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Nelson, for being here. I know we've had lots of discussions about that laneway and certainly some more to come. I know Tim Mark's been engaged with you on that. And I understand your perspective, given you're the direct abutting homeowner there. With regard to the suggestion you made about the stopping in front of your home, I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm going to talk to the project manager on Grove because that street's being redone at the moment, Chair, and it's going to be under construction for quite some time. So there's some good potential there to incorporate so that we're not seeing the issues affecting people that are in the direct area with regard to blocking laneways or potential concerns around access. I guess the question back to you, Nelson, is just on the garbage and storage. Because the applicants, I think, will present next or give some information next. But have you had a discussion with them about the storage of waste there and the approach?
No, I mean our kind of opportunities to intersect with the consultation process have been, basically a notice received, and then we interact on that basis. So we haven't really been or been wanting to go directly to the developer. Okay. I'll let the thanks, Chair. I'll let the applicant speak on that piece, and it's something we raised too around the issues. And I know amenity space for residents there has been raised too, and I think hopefully addressed by the applicant. So thanks again for being here, and we'll continue to work together.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Did any other members have questions for the public delegation for Nelson? I don't see any. Nelson, thank you very much for your presentation today. Simran and Tone, whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to be able to make a presentation to the committee. You've heard some of the concerns that have been raised, so we've gotten a good presentation from staff. You might want to address some of those concerns. Whenever you're ready, we're in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have some slides if they could be put up. So as you mentioned, Chair, I'm Simran Soor. I'm with Novatech and I'm joined by the project architect for this. Just speaking to the rezoning for 1166 Bank.
I'm sorry, is it possible to pull your mic just a little
Yeah.
closer? It's just a little hard here. Thank you.
Better? Okay, perfect. Next slide, please. So I won't go too much into the context because staff has provided it, but I would note that Bank Street's a transit priority corridor in the official plan, and it's located just east of the Carlton O train station, and it's within walking distance of a broad range of land uses and amenities. It's located on Bank Street, so it's a suitable location for this type of development, mid-rise. Next slide, please. This is just the proposed site plan. Again, staff went over this, but it is a 6-story mixed-use building with 45 residential dwelling units, 11 parking spaces, 3 visitor parking spaces, and 59 bicycle parking spaces. Next slide, please. So just to speak to the zoning relief that's being sought. So regarding the increased building height, so the proposed building height is 19.5 meters, where a maximum building height of 15 meters is permitted. So it's an increase of 4.5 meters. And as staff mentioned, the official plan supports intensification on a main street corridor such as Bank Street, where appropriate transitions can be provided. And there's access to frequent transit, commercial uses, so it's an appropriate transition between a Main Street corridor and low-rise residential. Regarding the second variant, zoning relief, the step back that's being provided, we are requesting 1.3 meters, where 2 meters is required. So this is a reduction of 0.7 meters. But the proposal is providing a front setback of 1 meter. So as you can kind of see on the figure in front of you, the fourth story is functionally set back 2.3 meters, which is actually more than what would be required if it was a 0 meter front yard setback. Next slide, please. So regarding the angular plane, as staff mentioned, we are providing we're seeking a reduced distance of 4.5 meters, where 7.5 meters is required, and a angular plane measured from 15 meters, 17.5 meters, where 15 meters is required. And so the proposed development, there's a laneway of, there's about 9.5 meter separation from the lot line to the property to the west. So if you count for that untraveled public laneway. And the laneway is highly vegetated, so it'll provide a visual buffer that will help sort of mitigate the impact of the reduced angular plane. So that mitigates the impact. Next slide, please. So the proposed rear yard setback is 2.6 meters, where the bylaw requires 4.5 meters. So the proposed setback is measured from the extent of the proposed garage entrance and the rooftop terrace. So you can see that little box at the top there. But the majority of the building is set back 6.5 meters, which actually exceeds the requirement by 2 meters. So, and there'll be some screening provided by existing trees, and there'll be a fence around the terrace. And plus in addition, there's that laneway again that provides sort of a separation between the bulk of the building and even the rooftop terrace and the property to the west. Next slide, please. And then finally, just regarding the reduced residential parking. So we're requesting a rate of 0.44 spaces per unit, where 0.5 is required after the first 12 units. So as I mentioned earlier, there's direct access to bus stops along Bank Street. So there's frequent transit service in this area. And we're providing more than one bicycle parking space to sort of create a more active in public transportation use in this area rather than a reliance on vehicle parking. Next slide, please. So that's just our presentation. I'll pass it over to the project architect to address some of the comments that were made by the public delegation. Thanks.
Correct. Thank you. Excellent. So just to address some of the comments and the concerns, if I can remember them all correctly. So the question about garbage collection is that all garbage for both the residents and the commercial areas is in an indoor garbage room in the basement where all the garbage is stored. The last iteration of site plan back and forth included some discussion about I don't remember who, but somebody requested from within the city that we create an outdoor staging area for garbage containers on Grove Avenue, which we resist as being really poor urban design. And we've resisted that and pushed back. So all the garbage is stored in the basement and is then winched out and hauled away on garbage pickup day. With respect to traffic and traffic concerns, when we started this project 2.5 years ago, one of our early proposals with planning and thinking about the redevelopment of Grove Avenue was that the western portion of Grove, basically from Bank to the end of the commercial properties, to the start of that lane, could be converted into a Woonerf or plaza type space. And Grove Avenue, which is one way headed east, could be converted into a two-way street for that first portion with a tighter throat and landscape neck in line with the landscaped lane to help resist wrong-headed one-way traffic on Grove Avenue. That proposal received no support from city staff, received no interest from the redevelopment work being done on Grove Avenue. And we've proposed a more enhanced landscaped bump, if you will, in line with the lane to help encourage no parking in front of that space and improve privacy. A small little bump, if you will, on the curb has been incorporated in the Grove Avenue redevelopment. So that's not my case to say, but I think that that's something that could be enhanced if the city should choose to do so. And with respect to the lane, the entire existing heavily landscaped lane is being retained as is. All the very large trees in it are being retained. We've actually pulled the building back further than required in order to make sure we don't affect the root ball of, I think, which is a 2-foot diameter Norway maple sitting in that lane. So we've made a lot of efforts to make that viable. The increased setback at the rear, as well as the expropriated land taken off the front for a road widening to widen Bank Street, has a significant negative impact on the viability of the project. So we're quite tight with space and making a viable, buildable structure. The building is intended to be a 6-story mass timber, very low carbon infrastructure building. There are only 3 commercial units, not 4, going in. There's 3 commercial units going in on the ground floor, and 45, 47, I can't remember exactly how many residential units going in above.
Thank you very much. Councillor Menard has some questions, I believe, for you.
Thanks very much, Chair, and yeah, thanks to the applicant for working with the community on this hand in hand and adjusting it along the way with UDRP comments. I think the additions of amenity space, which was the primary concern of the community to begin with for future residents that are going to live in this building, was appreciated, and some of the adjustments to facade and of course tree preservation wherever possible has been helpful. And thanks too for the discussion with Nelson as well about just the garbage storage. I know he'll be interested in that, and you know, happy to hear that it's going to be contained internally, and certainly I wouldn't want it to see it an external facility onto Grove. I guess the question to you is just on the current amenities that are there. The quickie is enjoyed by people. It's a quick stop in for a lot of folks. People know this quickie through all through the city, but there's also a Canada Post in there. And I understand this is not, you know, your job to figure out where they're going, but obviously there's a lot of concern in the neighborhood because they don't want to lose their Canada Post facility and you know, the quick access to a local convenience store. So is it the intent that that Canada Post will move across the street during construction? I know there might be room in the future to add back a convenience store and a Canada Post location when it's constructed. I just wanted to get your take. I know we've worked with some of the vendors there now to try to make sure they're staying in the community, but I wanted to see if there's any update on your end on those facilities that people use daily in the community.
If I may, absolutely. Quickie has been a very loyal tenant of my client for many years and is desired to be able to return. Should they be able to work that out? That's above my pay grade to negotiate leases, but I know that that's a discussion that they've had, and they'd be enthusiastic to see them return. The ground floor commercial space, because of the slope on Bank Street, is actually at 2 different levels. So there's 2 store bays that are quite large that can be combined should they desire that, and one that's elevated a little bit higher. But there's definitely you know, space to return and a desire to see a strong community, small businesses back.
That's great to hear. Oh, thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for this.
Thank you, Councillor.
I don't see any further questions for the applicants, so thank you very much for your presentation. The opportunity is now if anyone wants to ask any questions of staff. I don't see any hands up. Is this item carried? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We proceed. So we've got still the 2 reasonably big items. The first is the Riverside South secondary plan before we turn to the motion on renovictions. And I believe Jocelyn, is that Jocelyn? Sorry. Thank you. Good morning. Jocelyn, before you make your presentation, I'll give you a chance to get set up there. There are 4 amendments that are technical in nature, so I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you for your trust in me as the chair of your Planning and Housing Committee. Vice Chair, could you put those technical amendments on the floor, please?
Okay. Whereas the Riverside South secondary plan includes area-specific policies that allow for uses that would otherwise be non-compliant for development applications that were initiated prior to the adoption of the plan. And whereas the Riverside South secondary plan already includes an area-specific policy for the in-progress plan of subdivision application for 708, 720, and 750 River Road to reduce the minimum density requirements. And whereas the proposed development application described above includes new lots that would rear onto River Road, which would otherwise not be permitted by the Riverside South secondary plan. Therefore, be it resolved that section 2.1, policy 2A of the Riverside South secondary plan be removed and replaced with a new and expanded policy 6 in section 2.1 under the residential uses west of River Road subtitle with the following language. For the lands within the plan of subdivision application, address 708, 720, and 750 River Road, notwithstanding table 2, neighborhood density category for the lands designated low density, the minimum density requirements may be lowered to no less than 20 units per hectare, notwithstanding the policies in section 3.2 of this plan. Dwelling units may rear or side onto River Road. Surface parking will be located away from River Road, and notwithstanding the policies in section 3.2 of this plan, where the city has determined that noise levels exceed standards for acceptable noise, noise barriers may be permitted along River Road, provided appropriate landscaping is provided to mitigate visual impacts to the satisfaction of the general manager, planning, development, and building services, and renumber policies and cross-references accordingly. And be it further resolved that pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. 1 down, 3 to go. What do you have next, Kelly? Consistency, okay. Could I just go to the therefore be it resolved, Chair? Okay. Therefore be it resolved that Planning and Housing Committee recommend Council approve that Schedule B4 Greenbelt Transect and Schedule B6 Suburban Southwest Transect in Volume 1 of the official plan be amended to reflect the boundary of the industrial and logistics designation found on Schedule A designation plan of the Riverside South secondary plan, and to update the legends accordingly. Be it further resolved that a new area-specific policy in Volume 2C, area-specific policies be created for the unaddressed property identified as PIN 0433100309 with the following language. PIN 0433100309 Industrial and Logistics in the Riverside South secondary plan. Notwithstanding the location of the lands within the Greenbelt Transect on Schedule B4, the policies of the Greenbelt Transect do not apply to the portion of the policy identified as PIN 0433100309 east of Lion Bank Road that is designated as industrial and logistics within the Riverside South secondary plan in Volume 2A. 2, at the time of a municipal comprehensive review, the city will consider changing the Greenbelt Transect boundary to exclude the portion of the property at PIN 0433100309 from the Greenbelt Transect in consultation with the National Capital Commission. Okay, number 3, land value for cost sharing agreements. Therefore, be it resolved that the Planning and Housing Committee recommend Council approve the cost-sharing agreement for services policy, policy 8 in section 4.2 of the Riverside South secondary plan be replaced with the following language. Landowners within the Riverside South secondary plan boundary shall enter into private agreements to share the costs of the major infrastructure projects and the value of land needed for such projects, together with associated studies and plans, including but not limited to infrastructure planning, environmental assessments, and restoration plans required for the development of Riverside South, so that the costs and land dedication shall be distributed fairly among the benefiting landowners. Each agreement shall contain a financial schedule describing the estimated costs of the major infrastructure projects and associated studies and plans, as well as the proportionate share of the cost for each landowner. The city shall include a condition of draft approval for all plan of subdivision, plan of condominium, and consent to sever applications, and as a condition of approval for site plan in Riverside South, requiring notification from the trustee of the landowners that each owner is party to the agreements and has paid its share of any costs pursuant to the agreements, and be it further resolved that that pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. And finally, therefore, be it resolved that Planning and Housing Committee recommend council approve that policy 2D in section 3.2 street network be removed, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. I think that is not being introduced. Oh, yeah. So we have a fifth. All right, we have a fifth, Chair. This is the last one. Therefore, be it resolved that the Planning and Housing Committee recommend council approve that location map 1, document 5 be replaced with the following updated version. And there it is on the screen. And this updates the zoning boundary for the Town Center District Park. And that is it.
Thank you for your service, Vice Chair Gower. Okay, so we've done a really deep dive into the motions on these. What is this? What is the Riverside Secondary Plan? We're in your hands. Take us through it.
So Chair and committee members, like to introduce Justin Cadillo. He's a planner, file lead for Riverside South Secondary Plan in our community planning section, and Peter Giles, a senior planner within our community planning section. We'll be pleased to take you through a quick presentation and an overview of the secondary plan before you.
Perfect. Thank you, Royce, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, perfect. We see the slides there, so we can go to the next slide, please. So currently in Riverside South, there's a community design plan in place, having gone through its last major update in 2016. The community design plan plans exclusively for bus rapid transit, and as we all know, the arrival of light rail is imminent in Riverside South, with the Trillium line anticipated to open later this year. Land use direction in a community design plan has the same status as a City of Ottawa guideline, meaning so that there's some inherent flexibility built in. However, these are not recognized under the Planning Act. Staff today are proposing to repeal the community design plan for Riverside South and replace it with a new secondary plan. Although the community design plan is out of date, given the shift from bus rapid transit to light rail, there are still a lot of good ideas in the community design plan. And for that reason, a lot of the fundamentals are being transferred over into the new secondary plan. Next slide, please. So by replacing the community design plan with a secondary plan, the land use direction is elevated from a city guideline to become a policy under the official plan and therefore recognized under the Planning Act. The Riverside South secondary plan estimates a population of 74,250 people, 26,500 dwellings, and 9,000 jobs. These jobs will be located primarily within the employment lands south of the Ottawa Macdonald-Cartier International Airport. Next slide, please. So the secondary plan is very large and directs many land uses and proposes a lot of policy direction, as the motions this morning indicated, all of this direction is crucial in creating a complete and livable community. However, we will not have time this morning to go over all the land uses or all the policy directions, and instead we'll be covering some of the larger and key items, notably the neighborhood designation, the town center, 3 future O train stations, and 2 new district parks. Next slide, please. So here on your screen is the designation plan for Riverside South, and I think will be one of the most beautiful maps we'll have here at the city. And as we can see, this is a very large area and will be one of the largest secondary plans we have in the city. And so to help place you, Riverside South is located immediately south of the airport and east of the Rideau River. The Riverside South community is centered around Earl Armstrong Road, Limebank Road, and the future Limebank O train station. I will note that the policies do plan for the arrival of the Bowesville station. However, the station is just outside of the plan boundary. Most of the area is designated neighborhood, and the neighborhoods are planned along a robust network of arterials, collectors, and eventual local streets whenever plans of subdivision are submitted. Next slide, please. So the neighborhood designation, as I mentioned, is the largest designation in Riverside South, designating just under 700 hectares of land, primarily intended for residential uses. However, a mix of uses are allowed and encouraged across the entire neighborhood, with certain areas even requiring non-residential uses such as commercial, retail, and personal services. And so this mix of uses will ensure that people can meet a lot of their daily and weekly needs within a walking distance of their homes. The neighborhood designation assigns 4 density categories. These are the low density, medium density 1, medium density 2, and high density. And as a general rule of thumb, the densities are attributed in relation to their proximity to funded rapid transit, with the tallest buildings and highest densities closest to funded O-train stations, medium densities and mid-rise buildings around future bus rapid transit stations, along select streets and at key intersections, and then low densities furthest from transit along a network of local streets. Something that keeps the plan adaptable for the long term is the overlap between building forms across the designations, so that as developers come forward in the future, that there's a lot of variety that they can play with each of the density categories, meaning that they can be a lot more adaptable to the market conditions at the time. Next slide, please. One of the biggest ideas brought forward by the secondary plan, something we're very excited for, is the design of the town center. So that the town center is anchored by the Limebank O-train station. And so the vision established in the secondary plan is that it become a dense, well-connected place with a wide variety of non-residential uses to ensure that people can access those daily and weekly needs within a 15-minute walk of their home or less. The plan also, similarly to the neighborhood designation, will locate the greatest densities near funded rapid transit. So in this case, it's the Limebank O-train station. We're also planning for a robust network of sustainable modes of transportation, including sidewalks, cycling facilities, pathways that link people to key destinations and transit in order to reduce car dependency. We're also planning to have Limebank Road and a future Main Street be the centers of mixed-use activity in the area, where we will be requiring a certain amount of commercial, retail, and other uses at grade. The future Main Street, actually, and it's shown on this designation plan here as this pink north-south road just west of the station, is also set to become a civic node with a school site fronting the Main Street, and then a brand new district park that will be 10.7 hectares with a community center and a branch of the Ottawa Public Library. So we're very excited about this district park. Next slide, please. Here we have a concept prepared by the Riverside South Development Corporation as part of their current plan of subdivision application for the town center block immediately north of the Limebank O-train station. So here we can see that they've established a clear relationship between density and transit, with the tallest buildings located closest to the station and then transitioning down as we move further north. We can also see a variety of densities, a variety of forms, and good linkages between destinations and buildings with non-residential uses that line the street, and the entire block frames a future parkette. Next slide, please. This is another concept provided by the Riverside South Development Corporation that shows the entire conceptual build out of the town center. And here we see the previous block plan that was shown in its relation to the entire town center, its proximity to transit, and its proximity to the district park. We even see the conceptual build out of the district park with its outdoor amenities and the community center. Next slide, please. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to 3 future O-train stations that are currently planned for in the city's ultimate transit network, but are not funded at this time. These are located on Line 2 between Bowesville and Limebank stations, with 2 east of Mosquito Creek, so in that hatched area on the schedule, and then 1 in the town center, just west of the creek. So the city is currently updating its transportation master plan, which is anticipated to be completed next year. And this will determine the status of these stations, whether these will be retained in the ultimate transit network or removed entirely. And if they are retained, or one or more of them are retained in the ultimate transit network, then the transportation master plan will determine if they are identified as part of the affordable network, meaning that they're part of the city's long-range financial plan and to be funded by 2046. So there is a timing issue between the secondary plan and the transportation master plan, with the secondary plan being adopted almost a year or two before the completion of the transportation master plan. And so given the uncertainty around these stations and the timing between these two policy documents, the secondary plan has had to plan for multiple scenarios, all while acknowledging that assigning higher densities does improve the likelihood of funding transit. For this reason, staff are proposing to designate the lands around these future O train stations as medium density 2, allowing for heights somewhere around 9 and 12 stories. If one or more of these stations, as part of the transportation master plan update, are identified on the affordable network, then the staff are proposing that the city allow for a rezoning to allow for high-rise buildings. Next slide, please. So I've talked about the district park and the town center. However, we also have a second district park coming to Riverside South. And so this is something we're also very excited about. This one is east of Mosquito Creek along Earl Armstrong Road and is about 18.5 hectares. And so this district park will include a recreation complex with an indoor aquatic facility, an arena with 2 NHL-sized ice pads, and a gymnasium, as well as other outdoor equipment. And so we do have staff this morning from Parks and Facilities Planning who are able to answer questions on the construction of these parks, the amenities provided, and the acquisition of land. Next slide, please. So in summary, through ambitious policies and land use direction, the Riverside South Secondary Plan plans for a growing city with diverse housing needs by allowing for a variety of housing options and providing the flexibility to ensure adaptability to market conditions. With a robust network of sidewalks, cycling facilities, pathways, roadways, and opportunities for transit, the plan creates a connected and transit-ready community. The secondary plan also strengthens and diversifies the city's economy through the employment lands located south of the airport and by designing high-quality neighborhoods that will attract employers to house their workforce. The plan also increases opportunities for recreation by facilitating 2 district parks and by identifying other park types throughout the entire community and by providing linkages to green space and other natural features. And with that, thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Lots of exciting concepts in there. With respect to delegations, there are no generally public delegations, but James Ireland and Greg Winters from Novatech, you are signed up to speak. Is there a presentation that you wanted to make, or do you need to speak, assuming the committee is prepared to carry this?
Thank you, Chair. No, we don't have a presentation, and yes, if the committee is prepared to carry, we don't need to speak either.
Thank you. And Marcel at Urbandale, same question. You're on.
Okay, sorry, yes. No, I just want to say thanks to staff for working with us the last 18 months. I mean, obviously, Riverside South Development Corporation, our partners, Urbandale and Richcraft, are very excited with this update to the secondary plan, which obviously carries a lot of weight with the upcoming Line Bank Station opening up in the fall. So we're very excited, and thanks to the staff again. Thanks.
Thank you for those comments. Mr. Black?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair. No, I also am here just on behalf of Morgard, who's a landowner, and just wanting to express our appreciation to staff for collaborating with us over the past several years as we worked on this. So yeah, no concerns with the plan that's been put forward. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. So the opportunity is now then to ask questions of staff. Oh, sorry, there are a bunch of hands up in front of me. I know how to do this. Vice Chair Gower.
Thanks, Chair. I was wondering about the mixed use areas where the intention is to have a mix of residential and commercial or other uses. What, well, a problem that we have in a lot of our mixed use areas is right now they're all being developed as residential with very, very little commercial. So how does this plan help ensure that there is a minimum amount of commercial or non-residential that's actually being built in the mixed use zones?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And so this plan has designations where commercial is required, and we do have minimum gross floor area requirements for these lands for non-residential uses. And they do encourage a mix of uses, which will hopefully, in a mixed-use building, incentivize, those commercial uses as well.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you for confirming. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the planners. Very exciting. I know this was long anticipated. It's interesting because this is kind of like a blank slate where you get to build, as opposed to some of the secondary plans, which these planners are working on in my area, where you already have infrastructure, you have people living there, and you're building around it and intensifying. So this is kind of fun that you get to play with a blank slate. But I was wondering about the proposed stations and the workaround that you've had to do on that, because that sounds very interesting, and don't know what the odds are on getting future stations, but what are the backup plans if they don't?
So, Chair, if the question is in relation to the secondary plan does provide a medium density designation without the stations. So that would be the backup plan if the stations are not part of the affordable network.
So they would be, so if they are, then you would go to towers or something. If it does come through, it would switch.
So, Chair, the secondary plan allows a rezoning to a high-rise, to implement a high-rise designation should the stations be part of the affordable network.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate the work. It looks very exciting, and just thank you to all the planners.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much, Chair. My first question is sort of more broad. So you had mentioned that the transportation master plan, the infrastructure master plan are coming in the future. But something else that's also coming in the future is the zoning bylaw. Is everything you've done like transferable into those new regimes or bylaws rather, or is there going to be a lot of revisions that'll happen when those new bylaws kick in?
No, thank you, Chair. So we work very closely with the zoning group on this project. They're very aware of the designations that are being proposed. We are bringing, as part of the recommendation today, there is a zoning bylaw amendment for the town center for a new mixed-use center subzone. And we've been working with our colleagues in zoning to ensure that that seamlessly transitions to the new hub zone as part of the new bylaw. And for the rest of Riverside South, with the exception of the district parks, there won't be any, the zoning will not be added, or we will be leaving it to the new zoning bylaw to zone them. So there won't be that inconsistency issue.
Okay, makes sense. Second question is more specific on this item. The bus rapid transit corridor that's west of Limebank Station. So right now it's the most obvious part in this map is the section between what's Riverview Station and Limebank Station, but then everything once it crosses the river enters my ward, and it's still sort of conceptual and up in the air. I know this relies on the TMP for sure, but like, is there like what is the likelihood? What do staff see as the likelihood of that BRT corridor being developed and not sort of sitting vacant like they have of Brian Coburn?
We have already completed an environmental assessment on that corridor, so we do have a plan for it. And the Transportation Master Plan Part 2 that we are working on now will be looking at the timing and phasing of that project.
Okay, so I'll save the specific questions for that. Okay, thanks. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Similar to Councillor Kavanaugh, who has a mature built neighborhood, it's good to see and actually fun to see some of these newer neighborhoods start off here with these types of plans. So my only question is, after having heard the presentation and read parts of the report, is whether there's anything that had been identified by the development industry or from the public through public feedback that had been requested but was not able to be factored into the final product. Is there anything at all, anything major, not sort of the minor stuff, but is there anything that you wanted to flag for the committee today?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We've been very fortunate to have very great development partners in this secondary plan who are very keen to provide a very well-designed community. I'd say one of the probably the only thing that hasn't made it into the secondary plan was there are current development applications around the Line Bay GO train stations, and for new commercial uses. There was a request that there be a temporary surface parking lot allowed to kind of function like an informal park and ride. In 2019, council had decided to formally remove the former park and ride that was planned for in the Riverside South Town Center. So staff did not feel like that was reflective of council's direction back in 2019. But I'd say that's the only outstanding piece that didn't make it into the secondary plan.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And I certainly don't see a long line of members of the public here who have concerns. So it looks like that this reflects the will of the people who have been engaged. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask a couple questions. So one was around, the parking maximums for commercial close to Lime Bank Station, and how that sort of interacts with some of the new draft comprehensive zoning bylaw review that's coming out around parking maximums. I believe they're keeping it relatively unchanged from some of the 2008. So it would be 4 spots for every 100 square feet of commercial space. Is that something that you're intending to preserve close to that transit hub, or is there some distance from there?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor. For the proposed zoning, we are actually eliminating parking minimums. So at least through this exercise, we are not introducing maximums yet. That will be left up to the new hub zone and the new zoning bylaw. So I will defer to my colleagues when they come to joint committee next week.
Okay, well, I will continue to ask those questions at committee next week, which I also get to be at. And then my other question was the institutional zones. So institutional zones, you've got quite a few, whether that's just for schools, place of worship. Can you help me to understand how those institutional zones, the number and placement of those institutional zones come to pass? It's not something that we see in some of our more mature neighborhoods. I think we often hear actually from residents that they wonder how they could get a new institutional zone in some of the existing neighborhoods. Could you sort of outline that process for me?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor. So there are quite a few. So schools actually have their own separate designation, but there is a dedicated institutional designation for residential care facilities, places of worship, daycares, government facilities, and so on. These were actually established many years ago through the community design plan in consultation with the landowners, in consultation with groups at the city. These would also be the lands that the city would acquire for any emergency services. So there was definitely looking at the need of population, some forecasting done to look at population forecasting, and then what that means for different emergency services. I will be frank that I was not part of those discussions, so I don't know the full extent of the methodology, but it had to do roughly with the forecasting and the land available. And they were located all at key intersections of arterials and collector roads. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Not a question, just a comment. I couldn't resist. So for colleagues, if you're looking at that beautiful map they put up and saying, this is what building the suburbs should look like, I agree with you. I think, with the transit line, higher density near the transit, a mix of uses, that is how we should be building the suburbs. And I would like you to imagine if the transit line wasn't there, what that would look like and what it would do to that community. Because that is the situation that some of us are facing in our communities, where the transit, that's sort of the spine of the community, is absent. And instead we're getting car-centric development. So I had to put that out there while we had the beautiful pictures up on the screen. I think that's going to be very important as we discuss the zoning bylaw, as we discuss TMP Part 2. So I wanted to put that out there. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kitts. Were you seeking a response from staff at all on that?
No, it was just a comment. Like, and actually the picture they put up was not the one I was referring to, but you know, I just feel like we're building these communities around transit. Transit is a critical piece in this. The density, the 15-minute community, it's all built around the transit. So if the transit is not there and there's no path forward to building the transit, what happens to this community? What happens to my community? I think I couldn't help myself. I had to provide that comment while we're looking at these maps.
Well taken, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yeah, since we have staff here from Parks and Recreation, I thought I'd ask about the recreation facility idea. Of course, we need these very much, but does that mean that we're not looking at ones in the core near other stations? Because there's a proposal for one for, well, it's not official yet because we haven't put it out there yet, but we're working on it for Queensview area. So I just wonder if how many are we going to do?
Through you, Chair, and thank you for the question. The simplest answer for you, Councillor Kavanaugh, is no, this does not mean we're not looking at the core at the same time. The recreation facilities demonstrated here are very much in need. Riverside South is more deficient than any other area in the city simply because we only have one single small community building here. We don't have any other facilities, and with this amount of growth, we need to provide a level of service that's commensurate with most other suburban centers. I can say that once the future development charge bylaw is released and there's a list of projects, you will see that we are looking to invest over the long term throughout the city, including core areas as well. Growth is happening. Not just in the suburbs. With intensification, we're seeing growth inside the Greenbelt. And as a result, we need to consider our level of service inside the Greenbelt at the same time.
Thank you. I don't want to look like I'm, have an issue with this. Of course, we want more recreation facilities, especially on transit lines, so everyone can get there. But as our population grows, of course, we need more than one. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. I don't see any other questions for staff. Councillor DeRoche, did you want to speak to the new secondary plan for Riverside South?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just in closing, I think normally it's customary to thank staff, and I will thank them for their hard work on this. And I thank all the members of the public who participated in the public consultation. This new plan is very much in keeping with the community design plan for Riverside South, which dates back well over 20 years. So really there's no surprises, I think, for the community in terms of the fundamentals of this plan. And the residents of the area have been very patient, and the community has evolved without a rapid transit system. And I want to thank some of the pioneers who have lived here for a long time, some community leaders like Craig Cudmore, Keith Parker, Scott Hodge, Rick Dancer, who again moved into this community believing in its future. And we can see the plans are evolving, and I think they are exciting. And the goal really has always been to build a transit-oriented community in Riverside South. And unfortunately, that vision was severely stunted and stymied with the poor political and partisan decision to nix the North-South LRT. So it's exciting that we're energizing the corridor with the LRT. It's exciting that we have this plan, and I think this will help exercise some of the ghosts of the past and move on from that. It is at that time, again, many of these people moving into the community said, I'm probably going to only buy one car. But again, as Councillor Kitts has alluded to, if you don't have the transit system, it makes it very hard to build a rapid transit community. So I think we've got the right opportunity with the LRT being activated. It's very much a bold plan that I think responds directly to the housing crisis. I think the development around the stations will be a big contributor to our transit ridership. Riverside South is certainly doing its part to build a transit-oriented development, including plans for the first library that will be directly located on the rapid transit system. And I'd like to remind council that this is the Line Bank station is the only station that is paid by the residents of the community through a local development charge. And they're very much walking the talk in terms of investing in transit and walking the talk in terms of growth, paying for growth in this particular area. It's an ambitious plan, as you can see, and its success will depend on a lot of independent variables that will need to mesh to make it work as a whole. That includes market conditions, housing prices, the local infrastructure that we're going to invest in, the energy that goes into activating the employment land so that we have a balanced community, the city services that are planned in terms of the library and the rec center that is very much needed, and the potential for new stations along that line so that we can, again, activate some additional densities potentially. And I think over time, we need to probably look at fixing the airport link so that there's an earlier transfer to the airport so that people who are working at the airport who live in Riverside South will have a better connection to the airport. So those are all, again, long-term plans for the community. And I remind people the plans are certainly exciting to look at, but there really is a big difference between a development like this that's on the frontier of the city and the development within the core of the city. But again, I think there's a lot of variables that have a very strong opportunity to come together to build a very strong transit-oriented community that will really take some pressure off the housing crisis that we're in. It will also take some animation along the line to the north. So that includes around the Civic Hospital, Carleton University, Walkley. People are going to need a destination to go to, right? And we don't want this to be just a bedroom community. And I know there's some exciting plans all along that corridor from the north-south that I think will be part of attracting people to live into the Riverside South community and using that line on a regular basis. So again, in closing, I think we're walking the talk when it comes to transit-oriented development on the frontier of the city, on the frontier of the urban boundary. And I think it's going to go a long way to contributing to our city's priorities in the short term and in the long term. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak on it.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeRoche. And I'll just echo the thanks to city staff. I know what kind of effort these are. And, this is positioned as well, both to take advantage of our increasingly large transit network and in terms of implementing the principles of the official plan as well. So thank you very much. Members, we've got a couple of amending motions. There was a motion that was with respect to the area specific policy for 708, 720 and 750 River Road. Is that carried? Thank you. There was a motion with respect to consistency between Schedule B4 and B6. Is that carried? There was a motion with respect to the updated zoning boundary for the Town Center District Park. Is that carried? Thank you. There was a motion with respect to the removal of policy 3.2.2D. Anyone have any questions on that one? So one carried. And there was a motion with respect to land value policy for cost sharing agreements. Is that carried? And as amended, is the main report carried?
Carried.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, staff. So the next one that we have on the agenda, I think it's our final substantive item today, is Councillor Troster had previously given us notice of a motion on renovictions. Councillor Troster, I understand that you want to modify that slightly in ways that I consider to be a straightforward replacement.
Yeah, thank you very much. The mayor's office had some helpful suggestions, which if we could put it up on screen, we've highlighted just so folks can see. So I'll just read the therefore be it resolved. That's where the changes are. Therefore be it resolved that the Planning and Housing Committee recommend council direct the General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services Department in consultation with the Community and Social Services Department, the Planning, Development and Building Services Department, and Legal Services to review the City of Hamilton's Renoviction License and Relocation Bylaw and the Federal Tenant Protection Fund and the new Canadian Renters Bill of Rights and report back to the appropriate standing committee of council by Q4 2024. With a preliminary assessment of the feasibility of developing a similar anti-renovictions bylaw in the City of Ottawa, which should include an outline of the anticipated timelines, costs, FTE requirements, and operating resource implications. To do this work, as well as the planned or approved projects on existing departmental work plans that would have to be deferred or postponed as results.
Thank you. If it's okay with committee, well, then we'll consider that to be the version of the motion that is under debate today. Councillor Chaucer, did you wish to introduce that at all, or do we want to go straight into delegations?
Sure. I won't say much because we do have a lot of people to hear from today. I just wanted to stress a few things. First of all, my office worked with 3 different city departments to come to this motion. And the intention is really to see what's possible in terms of our current legislative framework and in light of the new anti-renoviction bylaw that was put forward in Hamilton. You've heard me speak many times about the number of evictions we're seeing in my ward, particularly among senior women. And we heard 2 weeks ago from Steve Pomeroy about the alarming loss of affordable housing in our community, which is now at 31 apartments for everyone that we build. So I'm really excited to see support from staff on this motion. And 2 weeks ago, we also passed a motion put forward by Councillor Plante to look in the idea of a housing acquisition fund. So altogether, this package of potential reforms could make a real difference in terms of stopping the loss of affordable housing. But let's hear from delegates today, and then I'll just close at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So we'll move into the public delegations. What I'm proposing, there are 17 public delegations on this item. I think what I'd like to do is hear at least the first half of those delegations before we take a short break. That's probably going to be around 12:15 or so. So after we hear from, I think, Eileen Leo, we're going to take a quick 20-minute break to grab some lunch and then resume hearing it and move into debate. So the first public delegation upon whom I would call would be Sarah Sproul with Community Legal Services Ottawa, who's going to be followed by Aidan Kalionen at CUSA, and then Larissa and Drew at Somerset West Community Health. Sarah, I don't know if Sarah's here or...
I am, yeah.
Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. We're in your hands.
Great. Thank you so much. Good morning, and thank you to the committee for giving me a chance to share my thoughts on this motion put forward by Councillor Chaucer. My name is Sarah Sproul, and I'm a lawyer and director at Community Legal Services of Ottawa, which is a nonprofit organization. We're funded by Legal Aid Ontario, and we provide frontline legal services to people living in poverty. And to give you an idea of who we serve, a single person must make less than $23,000 annually to qualify for our services. So we specialize in social assistance, immigration, and housing law. And in recent years, the demand for housing law appointments has far outstripped our other areas of work. And as you know, our city is in the midst of a housing crisis. The clients that my office work with are new Canadians, people living with disabilities, students, and seniors, all of whom are struggling to afford rent in our city on their fixed incomes. And so I would submit that the affordability crisis must be addressed through various measures aimed at curtailing the problem in different ways, including the unnecessary loss of existing affordable units. As Councillor Chaucer mentioned, it's occurring at a rate of 31-1, according to Steve Pomeroy's report. One of the ways these unnecessary losses are happening is through renovation evictions, sometimes called renovictions. And my office has seen a huge increase in the number of renoviction notices, or N13 notices, being served on tenants over the last few years. And our experience in this regard is really borne out by the study that was conducted by Acorn, which found that there was almost a 300% increase in the number of N13 notices that were being filed at the Landlord and Tenant Board between 2017 and 2022. And unfortunately, in our experience, a fair number of these N13s seem to be given in bad faith, where a landlord does not ultimately do the work, or where a landlord does not need vacant possession of the unit to do the work, or where a landlord does not allow a tenant to return when the work is done. Some landlords, unfortunately, are using these notices as a way to move existing tenants out so they can rent to new tenants at higher rates, which permanently decreases the affordable housing supply in our city. The Residential Tenancies Act, or the RTA, is the provincial law that governs evictions for the purpose of renovation, and it's enforced by the Landlord and Tenant Board. But I'm here to tell you that unfortunately it is insufficient to prevent the unnecessary loss of affordable units to renovations. Councillor Troster, should I stop? You've got your hand up. No, okay. So it's insufficient. The RTA, the provincial law, is insufficient for a few reasons. Firstly, although the RTA requires a landlord to serve a tenant with an N13 notice if they wish to evict for renovations, it does not require anything else to be done at that stage, at the time the N13 is served. At that stage, landlords do not have to apply for permits, and landlords do not have to prove that the renovations are so extensive that a tenant actually needs to move. It can be many months, sometimes years, after the N13 is served before the landlord and tenant board schedules a hearing, and a landlord would have to prove what renovations are being done and why a tenant has to leave for them to be done. And so many tenants will just immediately vacate when they receive an N13. So it never even gets before the landlord and tenant board to have them look at renovation plans and see whether eviction is actually needed. Secondly, the N13 notice does advise tenants that their landlord must allow them to move back in once renovations are complete, but it does not advise them that they're allowed to move back in at the same rent, which means that many tenants will leave without exercising their right to move back in because they don't understand that right. Thirdly, the law does not require a landlord to provide timelines for the work being done or to provide a move back date, nor does the law require a landlord to provide alternate accommodation during this displacement period. The law also doesn't require a landlord to provide enough compensation to pay for higher temporary rent during the period of renovations. And so in short, the law does almost nothing to help a tenant manage the cost of 2 moves and temporary shelters in order to save their affordable unit from being lost to them and to our city. And finally, while the provincial law is supposed to ensure that a tenant's right to move back in is secured, and it's supposed to ensure that evictions are only approved in cases where a tenant actually has to leave for a renovation, the law is only as good as its enforcement. And to enforce these laws, it's up to the individual tenants to fight. They must understand construction plans, engage in extensive paperwork, and most dauntingly, partake in legal proceedings. These proceedings can take years, and they require tenants to live with deep uncertainty in the meantime. Indulge me for another 30 seconds. I'm almost through this.
Yeah, your time, sir. So if you have 1 or 2 more sentences, and then there's some questions as well.
Okay, yeah. So I would just say in summary, the provincial law is not adequate to ensure that tenants, our seniors, our low-income people, people living with disabilities are able to preserve the affordable housing stock on behalf of our city. And I believe the Hamilton bylaw, the renovation license and relocation bylaw, is a good measure to achieve that. And Ottawa should consider something similar.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Sarah, for being here. I really appreciate it. So you touched on the fact that a lot of tenants who might be served in N13 might just choose to move out right away because they feel intimidated. So, you know, even though, as you said, the number of N13s filed with the board has tripled over 3 years, would you say that that's an undercount of the number of evictions that are actually happening due to renovation?
Absolutely. We have tenants call us after they've moved with questions about what happened and what the N13 meant, because they'll hear that other tenants have stayed and that the renovations haven't actually taken place. So once a landlord serves an N13, they can apply to the landlord and tenant board for eviction. But if they feel that the tenant is going to leave anyway, they might not even go to that length. So it's really pretty impossible to capture how many of these notices are being handed out and resulting in people leaving their affordable units.
Okay. And so you did speak to the issue that there's a lack of education about tenants' rights among tenants. And something that we did pass was a motion I put forward to have the city look into the idea of a tenant defense fund. Would you feel that a tenant defense fund would be sufficient, or do you think we really do need some sort of bylaw intervention as well?
I think we need bylaw intervention. I think that just the sheer numbers of tenants in the city and the sheer number of N13 renovation evictions that are happening, I can't imagine how big this fund would have to be and how many people would have to be working at it to make a discernible difference.
Okay,
Oh, go ahead. Well, I was just gonna say in the Hamilton bylaw, it gets at the problem at the beginning. When the M13 is served, it requires a landlord to apply for a permit within 7 days of serving that notice. And to provide proof, such as an engineer's report, that actually vacant possession is needed, and to set out timelines. And to provide tenants with information about their rights, and to provide assistance for relocation and temporary accommodation. And it provides for fines for landlords who don't comply.
Okay, so because you're a lawyer, I'm going to ask you a jurisdictional question. So of course, any review that staff did, if this motion passed, would include jurisdictional questions. But I do think there's an open question here about the RTA and whether or not a bylaw like this would be out of municipal scope. Obviously, Hamilton didn't think so. I'm just wonder if you could speak to this.
Yeah, sure. So the Residential Tenancies Act actually explicitly envisions a role for municipalities in renovation evictions, because they do already require permits to have been obtained in order for an eviction to be issued. So this isn't a matter of encroaching on provincial jurisdiction. The province has the laws set out in the way it needs to, but it doesn't address the issue of the M13s that don't ever get to the landlord and tenant board. I do believe that a bylaw like this would not run afoul of would not conflict with the provincial jurisdiction over these evictions.
Okay, thank you. Oh. Sorry, I unmuted the wrong thing. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here today, Sarah.
Sir, I don't see any further questions for you. Just as a heads up to staff, Councillor Troster, do you intend to ask staff about this this afternoon with respect to legal staff and jurisdiction questions?
Yes.
Okay, just a heads up to our legal staff. So I've got Aiden next, followed by Larissa and Drew, and then Tony Miller. Aiden Kalyanin, I apologize for that pronunciation, with CUSA. Are you? Oh, you're here in person. Thank you. Take your time, and whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Appreciate that. And good morning, members of the Planning and Housing Committee of Council, staff, and members of the public. And my sincerest apologies to the chair for my difficult to pronounce last name. So my name is Aiden Kalyanin. I'm the Associate Vice President of Government Relations at the Carleton University Students Association. I was brought on about 8 months ago to help tackle some of our very pressing issues related to student advocacy. We do a lot of work at the provincial and federal level with organizations like CASA. But that being said, there's a lot of importance and a lot of weight on municipal decisions as well, and that's why I'm here today. So I'm speaking to you today on behalf of CUSA in strong support of Councillor Troster's recommendation regarding a potential review of an anti-renoviction bylaw here in Ottawa. I won't go for too long at risk of sounding like a broken record for all the other people here today, but did want to provide a brief insight into the student experience. So as advocates for the students of Carleton University, our organization is always working with community partners to ensure that students have safe and affordable access to education. And often that's precluded by issues surrounding student housing and students finding an affordable place to live. I know a lot of people are going to cite the study by Carleton University Professor Steve Pomeroy, but I do really want to hammer home that students believe that for an affordable housing strategy so focused on increasing supply and keeping rates affordable, I'm sure members of committee are aware that the current situation where we're losing 31 units for every one new unit built is completely unsustainable and not a long-term strategy. So a proposed bylaw, we believe, similar to the one introduced in Hamilton, is going to help prevent landlords from abusing a process whereby they can issue an eviction notice in bad faith, particularly in an attempt to increase rent for new tenants. And this is something we hear from students a lot. So we do really want to hammer home that, as with Hamilton's bylaw, we're strongly in support of including a couple of different provisions, primarily that the landlord obtains a renoviction license within 7 days of issuing the standard eviction notice, and providing that license is conditional on submitting a building permit and an engineer's report confirming that vacancy is absolutely necessary to the renovations. As well, we're looking for anything that can provide for temporary accommodations if full vacancy is necessary of the tenant, and that the landlord must allow the tenant to return to the unit at the same rate of rent as before the renovation. And probably most importantly for students, it was touched on in the previous delegation, Many are unaware of their proper rights as tenants, and we want to make sure that throughout every stage of this process that student tenants in particular are properly informed of their rights, and that the city does its part in issuing fines for landlords for non-compliance, because it's a key point of enforcing the bylaw. So I did mention it, but these provisions are going to help protect some of our most vulnerable renters. And that includes many of our students. Many are new international students who are very unfamiliar with rentals in Canada, or they're just simply unaware of their rights as tenants more generally. So we hear this all too often from students, where students are very limited in the scope of where they can be housed, what is affordable to them. And we have students that are stuck in less than ideal living situations. And some of that is made worse by landlords issuing these sorts of eviction notices. With that said, we'd like to thank Councillor Troster and team for bringing this forward today, and the work of community partners we've worked with, like Horizon Ottawa and Acorn Ottawa. I do want to stress, as a student union representative, that if you're ever curious about the issues of students, our door is always open. And we love to be included and in discussions, and love to be consulted where possible. So any opportunities for us is great. We're not legal experts, we're not policy experts, but we are students with a vested interest. So we hope all of committee strongly considers what is being put forward today and what this means for students at Carleton University and in Ottawa. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. I represent College Ward, which has Algonquin College in it, so certainly the student experience is very much of interest to me. Most recently, the province of Ontario released Bill 185, which will allow for the potential for post-secondary institutions to build to try and do their own part to resolve the housing crisis. I'd just like to understand from your body, you know, what do would students prefer to live on campus? Would they prefer to live off campus? Are there advantages to living in the community, or what? Yeah, please explain what you think about that.
For sure, it's a great question. You know, we're aware at the student union that everybody living on campus is not tenable. Carleton is home to over 30,000 students, and so trying to house 30,000 students on a campus is not going to work in the long term. And there are lots of advantages to living in a community. Primarily, the neighborhoods that Carleton students live in are Old Ottawa South, Heron Park, Centertown. And you know, it's nice to be integrated in the community, especially in your upper years of study. But yeah, we do appreciate that. I mean, another example I'll give, there was an announcement on the federal government's part to provide low cost loans for student housing projects. And that's a great step in the right direction. But the majority of our students who aren't in first or second year do live off of campus in surrounding neighborhoods. And so it does little really to address some of those overarching concerns that student renters have in those areas. But there are advantages to living in the community, but we know for a fact that everybody living on campus just isn't going to be a sustainable model. So.
Thank you very much for that answer. I would agree, you know, given the immediacy and the urgency of the housing crisis, it's perhaps not the time to divide between different government responsibilities, but instead to think about what we all might be able to do to address this problem. So I'm glad that the provincial and federal governments are using what is at their disposal. And
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for bringing that perspective to this debate. I was at the City Building Summit yesterday, where one of the keynote speakers was Mike Moffat, a very well-known housing advocate, and he brought home the point that an existential crisis facing all of Ontario, but certainly Ottawa, is that the largest demographic of residents leaving the city are those 19 to 35. And he was talking about the existential threat that will pose to the city. So as the city of Ottawa itself is trying to identify strategies for us to maintain economic vibrancy, can I ask you, not as the representative of all people 19 to 35, but would you say that as you are, and one thing that Mr. Moffat said, and he himself teaches undergrads, and he said that he's noticed a shift among students over the past 10, 15 years, that where students used to be saying, as they came to the end of their studies, I want the highest paying job possible. He was saying now he's hearing them say, where can I live where I can afford to live? So is it reasonable to say that as somebody who is, you know, just in that demographic, as you approach the end of your studies, do you and or your peers, colleagues, start talking about where else you might live to afford? Or do you automatically assume that you will and can live in Ottawa?
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's an issue that we have to consider at Carleton now that a majority of our students are international students now. I think it's the number sits at around 53, 54%. And so the vast majority of my advocacy is done making sure that they feel like, getting the proper permits within the law, they're able to stay in Ottawa and work after their education. But yeah, we hear that same sort of narrative shift, really. We do a lot of different consultation methods with students. The main one is submission forms on our website, which we compile into a database, and from there it influences how we advocate for these issues. And one of the things we do find, especially among international students, is there's that fear that I'm not going to be able to stay in Ottawa, primarily because I can't afford it, because the vast majority of them, as you know, they're limited in the amount they can work. They're limited in where they can live, where is accessible in Ottawa. And so, yeah, the narrative is definitely shifting as we have more and more international students coming to Ottawa. And speaking from my own experience, I'm not an international student, but I can say that I definitely have to keep my options open, right? I have to make sure that I'm students increasingly are moved for work more and more across the country, and living in the same place for long periods of time isn't as practical as maybe it once was. So yeah, it's definitely something we keep in mind and something we hear a lot from students. And so yes, I'd say from my perspective, it's definitely a narrative shift, and affordability is at top of mind for so many students.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Devine. I don't see any of the questions. Aiden, thank you very much. I hope we'll see you here more often. The student voice in Ottawa in planning matters should be more powerful than it is. And I'm very glad to see you here today. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
That brings us to Larissa and Drew from Somerset West Community Health Center, who will be followed by Tony Miller and then Kayla Andrade. And just to members, with respect to questions to delegates, if you could just keep those focused and keep us moving through. Thank you. Larissa and Drew, are you online? Oh, there you are. Hi, Larissa. We're in your hands.
Great to be here. I see the snowy dreariness has given way to sunny skies, and so that kind of reflects my disposition this morning, and hopefully yours as we go through this meeting. Hey, my name is Drew Mirabel, member of the Somerset West Community Health Center, the Advocacy Committee, but also the board. Also a really proud member of what is a diverse, socioeconomically diverse and culturally diverse West Center town. I just wanted to take a couple minutes here today to express the center's support and my personal support for the motion being put forward to explore the feasibility of an Ottawa bylaw to prevent renovictions. As all of you know, Somerset West Community Health Center provides primary health care, health promotion, community development services, and there's a recognition that responding to the kind of diversity of needs within the local community is important, but in particular, attention to those members of the community who are most vulnerable and at risk. These are circumstances that, if we're being intellectually honest with ourselves, you and I, with a slightly different cosmic roll of the dice, could have been in. And at the top of that list is people experiencing homelessness. I mean, this isn't an insignificant number of people. I know the center tabulated in 2022 that 17% of its 18,000 clients were experiencing homelessness. I think it's probably also worth saying that there needs to be an acknowledgement of disproportionate impact of systems like housing on Indigenous, Black, and other racialized people. In 2021, 32% of the sort of 1,500 or so individuals experiencing homelessness identified as Indigenous. Jeff or Councillor Leeper, you gave a great land acknowledgement off the top. And I think if we want to live our reconciliation, we need to take real actionable steps towards it. At Somerset West, I know they're at the advocacy committee and through the whole organization, there's concerns about the gentrification in West Centertown and how it exacerbates that problem of homelessness as large-scale development displaces existing residences. Now, I won't go through a whole bunch of studies here, but it is worth saying that in work with the Planning Collective back in 2018, some work that Somerset West commissioned, they identified that between 2006 and 2016, the number of units requiring major repairs shrank from 13% to 7%. And if you think that that's a whole bunch of sparkling new affordable housing units, it's not, because we know that for one affordable housing unit built, 7 are lost. This is an uphill battle, and there's no sense in making the battle a whole lot less feasible by not implementing measures that make it easier to evict people on the basis of seeking rent profit. And so given the scope of this housing problem, we know that a multifaceted solution is required. And so today, Somerset West, myself as a resident and someone who values equitability and diversity in our community, is asking the committee to support the motion being put forward to explore the feasibility of anti-rent evictions, the bylaw in Ottawa, similar to the one in Hamilton that a couple of folks have referenced thus far. It's worth noting, just with the last minute here, that a couple of the important points of this bylaw. It would build on the report released by Acorn Canada to require a landlord to apply for a city renoviction license within 7 days of issuing an N13 eviction notice to a tenant. Only approving the license if the landlord has already secured all building permits and provides an engineer's report confirming that vacancy is in fact necessary. Requiring the landlord to provide temporary accommodation that are similar to the current unit or rental top-up unit that the tenant can return to after renovictions. Requiring the landlord to allow the tenant to return to their unit at the same rate they were paying before. And just finishing up with the last two, providing tenants with the information on their rights and entitlements during the process. Lastly, as a city, issuing daily fines for non-compliance. I mean, given the stakes here that we're talking about, it's worth being bold. And so Somerset West and I personally wanted to thank you, councillors, for each of your leadership in advancing this important work. Thanks, and I hope you guys have a great day.
Drew, thank you very much. Mute my computer. Councillor Chaucer.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Larissa. Thank you, Drew, for being here. I'm just wondering, given that Somerset West Community Health Center is a multifaceted healthcare facility that does a ton of community outreach and provides a lot of services to folks experiencing homelessness in our neighborhood, I'm just wondering if you've seen the kind of knock-on health effects of some of these evictions due to renovation, specifically in West Centertown, and how that's impacted your ability to provide healthcare services.
I can jump in here, Drew. I will say that even as far back as 2018, when that report that Drew referenced around the affordable housing strategy was released, we were already seeing significant demographic shifts in our service area. One specific example is related to immigration. And certainly our advocacy committee has currently acknowledged, has made it a priority to protect rooming house stock in our service area, for example, for this very reason, right? We see the sort of essential role that rooming houses play in terms of deeply affordable housing. And we know there's a need, there's a gap in people stepping up to defend that. And we know there's a need to defend that. So yes, Councillor Troster, we do see the impacts and the corresponding health implications. Our teams are regularly preventing people from falling through those housing cracks. And we know that every time somebody does fall through, there's a great cost to every resident in the city of Ottawa in a number of different ways. One last point being that there's losing your housing, even temporarily, to a renoviction that changes school access for kids, or access to medical providers, or access to getting to different workspaces. So there are a number of different health implications here. So I'll pause there. Did I get that fully?
That's very helpful. Yeah. And I'm really glad you brought up rooming houses, because Somerset Ward is the ward with the highest number of rooming houses in the city. And I will say a trend that we're seeing in our office is renovation and eviction of rooming house rooms, and then landlords renting them out for $1,500 a month for one bedroom. There is a rooming house on Cartier where I literally met a guy who was sleeping in Minto Park because he'd been evicted from that very same rooming house on Cartier. And the rooms now cost $1,500 a pop. And we discovered an entire undocumented family living in one of them. So Thank you very much. I appreciate you highlighting that issue. I know that rooming houses can be very challenging. They're often very poor quality housing, but they really are the end of the line for a lot of folks in our neighborhood before homelessness. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. I don't see any further questions for you, Drew and Larissa. Always a pleasure to see you. Thank you very much for being out today. Mr. Miller will be next, followed by Kayla Andrade and then John Dickey. Tony, I think you are online.
There I am.
There you are. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. We're in your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, committee members. Good to see you all. First off, I'm a real estate investor here in Ottawa. I'm not a paralegal or a lawyer, but I have a high level understanding of the RTA and the LTB. I know that the motion will be carried. I understand that, and that's okay. I don't think that a feasibility study is needed, but I'm here to just raise some awareness about the N13 process and break down some of the statistics that were mentioned by previous speakers and by Acorn in their report. So next slide, please. Thank you. I'm just going to jump down to the second bullet. I believe Ms. Brule mentioned that, and some other speakers mentioned that the city should incorporate the bylaw, and it should include a rule where landlords have to provide the N13 with a building permit and perhaps with an engineering report. Bill 97, once proclaimed, provides that rule for the city. So once that's proclaimed, it's going to happen. It also provides right of first refusal for tenants. So Bill 97 will do that. And I'm just going down to the last paragraph. The city's official definition of renoviction doesn't include N12s or demolitions or conversions. It's really, I know that they're in the motion, it mentions N12s and a couple of other things, but it's really just for extensive renovations. Next slide, please. So here is a high level N13 process, and it's really important to note that only the LTB can evict tenants. When a landlord serves an N13 to a tenant, it's not an eviction notice or an order. An application to the LTB filed by a landlord is also not an eviction order. The reality is that tenants are protected from bad faith evictions, N13 evictions, by the RTA and LTB. In fact, the N13 form says that tenants can stay in the unit and they can wait for an LTB hearing. They don't have to go anywhere. And I know it can be intimidating for some tenants, and I understand that. And I think one key part of any bylaw going forward would be tenant education, tenant rights education and training. It's definitely needed so that they know this, because I don't think a lot of them have that information. And you can see there that the wait time is 7 to 9 months for applications submitted to the LTB to be scheduled for hearings. So tenants, once they decide to stay, they're in there for almost a year anyways. Next slide, please. Finally, I just want to provide some context for the N13 statistics provided by Acorn, and it's found in the motion, saying that renovations jumped 545%. It's great for headlines, but it's simply not true. The report gives the impression that all 69 applications, N13 related applications, were filed for repairs and renovations, and they were all in bad faith. And again, it's not true. The 69 applications could be for repairs and renovations. They could be for demolitions, and they could be for conversions. We just don't know what those stats are. By comparison, in 2022, Hamilton filed 132 N13 related applications. Ottawa did 69. So that makes 69 applications account for about 0.5% of Ottawa's rental stock. Oops, sorry, we got company here, so people are coming in. So the questions that I have I hope staff can answer in the development of their feasibility study is how many of the N13 applications were for extensive repairs and renovations? How many were withdrawn before an LTB hearing? How many were deemed to be in bad faith? Those are the questions that need to be asked. And I think that the committee and councillors need the answers to those questions before they can approve any type of bylaw, renovation bylaw going forward. Yeah, so that's all the time I have, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Councillor Curry has a question for you.
Thanks. Just very quickly. Thanks, Tony. Any idea, I know I'm asking you to be a crystal ball here, but any idea when Bill 97 will be proclaimed?
Good question. Thank you for the question. I've reached out to several MPPs and I'm waiting to get an answer back. They don't have a date set in stone yet.
All righty. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Mr. Miller, I just want to know, when you say that N13 that the tenants are allowed to come back at the same rental rate? I think that's the issue that we're trying to deal with.
Yes, they're allowed to return at the same rate. It's more difficult I believe when it comes to demolition of buildings, but when it comes to repairs and renovations, it's more possible. And I think that's mentioned in the Acorn report.
Okay, we'll get some more information on that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
The 2022 numbers shows about triple the number of N13 notices compared to any recent year. Why is there such a big jump in 2022?
Well, I believe that it was because of COVID. During 2020, 2021, there were restrictions in place where landlords weren't able to access their units and perform renovations, extensive renovations. During that time, the landlord and tenant board still accepted applications. That's why you still see some application numbers in Acorn's chart. But eviction orders were not ordered by the LTB. So I think by the time 2022 came around, the restrictions were easing and landlords actually had access to their units to begin some extensive repairs and renovations.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Devine.
Hi, Tony. Thanks for the.
Hi, Councillor.
Oh, hello. Thank you for the delegation, and as a landlord yourself, so I do appreciate the point of trying to distinguish between good faith and bad faith renovation. So can I ask then? So as either as a landlord yourself or as a representative of landlords, if one element of the Troster motion is to seek that landlords obtain a permit before issuing a notice, what would be the harm of requiring that a property owner obtain a renovation permit before issuing an eviction notice?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I think that one has to do with the cost. Number two is when we're talking about a building permit, and there's also the potential of an engineering report in addition to that, So those two reports are needed. There's also the time it takes to get those reports done. It can be onerous going through those processes to get the reports done. And I think it's also accumulation of many local bylaws, the landlord and tenant board collapse. I think it's not just one thing that makes it difficult for, let's say, smaller landlords, but it's accumulation. When you put everything together, it's like, what's the example I could use? Maybe like death by 1,000 cuts. It's just another, man, what a pain. It's a drag. It's going to cost more money. We'll just forget about it. We're not going to do it. And they'll just leave the units as is, and they won't do the repairs and renovations. That's just a risk, I think. And I think Hamilton report mentions that as well.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate that there can be work involved, but I know that a lot of homeowners have to obtain permits for any number of renovations. There's likely a reason for it, but thank you for the answer.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Just also, Bill 97 will cover the need for a engineering report or a report by a specialist and a building permit before an N13 is served to a tenant.
Okay, Mr. Miller, thank you very much. I don't see any further questions for you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, which will bring us to Kayla Andrade, John Dickey, and then Gerard McCarthy, followed by Eileen Leo, at which point we'll take a 15-20-minute break. Kayla, I don't know if you're in the room or online.
I'm online.
Good morning, Kayla. When you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. We're in your hands.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you, Tony. You pretty much covered a lot of what I was going to be covering with the committee today. My name is Kayla Andrade. I am the founder of Ontario Landlords Watch, which is an advocacy group for good landlords, good tenants, and taxpayers. As we try to balance the housing crisis that we are all facing across Canada, we like to look at what the issues are and how can we come together as a community to create solutions. When we look at municipal government and they are trying their hardest to deal with the outcome of bad housing policies at multiple levels of government, we see the need of why you are trying to create policies and bylaws that help our most vulnerable tenants within the city. Unfortunately, a policy such as this on renovictions is not going to be what we intend it to be. And like Tony had stated, when we look at the jurisdiction of provincial government and creating a bill of 97, they've already thought of this. It had its royal consent on June 8th of 2024, June 2023, and we are waiting for this to be rolled out to put those measures in place to make sure that there's not any type of bad actors. And when you look at the concept of why a landlord would want to do a renoviction, it's not so much as the concept that they always want to just get the tenant out and be able to increase their rent higher, because it's very well known through the tenant community that you can move in back at the same rate. It's more the concept that they have aging infrastructure within their properties and they need to upgrade the electrical, they upgrade the plumbing. If tenants make a call to city property standards stating that their unit is in disrepair, the city will come issue an order. The landlord can take that order, attach it to their N13 application, and will be able to probably get a hearing a lot quicker because there's an order from the city, and they do not have to compensate the tenant because there's an order from the city. So as we are starting to make it difficult for landlords to try to do what is necessary to keep the place safe, we have ourselves in a predicament where we could be issuing eviction orders a lot quicker. And like Tony said, there's an increase of 2022. We couldn't get in to do those type of renovations, but at the same time, we do have tenants that are damaging our rental units, and that does require renovations, no matter if the tenant did the damage or not. That's why the Landlord and Tenant Board needs to be the only place where the landlords and tenants can discuss the renovictions that need to happen in order to complete the work that is necessary. This is where a landlord can prove the evidence to an adjudicator. They will issue the order. They can inform the tenant, that they can inform the landlord in writing that they want to move back at the same rate. And the landlord has to hold that unit for 60 days. With Bill 97, they have to hold it for 60 days for the tenants to move back in. So instead, we should be looking at different alternatives, such as tenant insurance. Do we have tenant insurance for tenants? Yes. Is it a spot on the standard lease stating that we want you to have tenant insurance? Can we make our tenant insurance cover short-term accommodations for the tenants who are displaced through these type of renovations, and provide some funding instead of wasting the staff members' time on creating this bylaw? Let's create some time in creating the education to the community to let everybody know that these are their rights. So I would just like to jump on as the association to be able to tell you that this is obviously going to be almost like getting the cart before the horse. I think we need to allow our cities to stay in their own lane and let the province do what they are supposed to be doing. With too many hands, too many cooks in the kitchen, something's going to get burnt, and that's going to be our housing supply that's already crumbling. And I would love for you to pay attention to media on what's happening. The investors are leaving Ontario, they are leaving Canada, and it's not just a Renoviction, it's vacancy tax, short-term rental bans, landlord licensing. We have the capital gains tax. The industry is it's on fire. And so when you make a decision at a municipal level, be very, very careful of how that's impacting all of the landlords and the tenants across Ontario. Thank you.
Hi, Kayla.
Hi, how are you?
I'd like to quote something you said on LinkedIn the other day.
Yeah.
You said, when politicians create a crisis they can't fix, they resort to smoke and mirrors, scapegoating private housing providers while pretending to address the issue. It's fascinating how they twist the narrative to suit their agenda. The city of Ottawa needs to stop trying to reinvent the wheel. I would like to know what suggestion you have for how the city might tackle a loss of 31 affordable homes for everyone that we build.
Look at the concept of renovictions in itself. Do you think you're losing all of them through renovictions? The city of Ottawa approves the permits, the rezoning to allow to create more units. The city of the province wants building, build. You have quotas that you need to make. If you're preventing a landlord from removing 3 people out of that one property in order to put 10, how are you want more housing, but you're preventing the people who contribute 70% of our housing stock, but you're preventing them from actually doing it. Where is the government on housing? How many units have the government been able to put into our housing stock? How much disrepair is Toronto in with a $1.6 billion repair backlog because they can't maintain their current units? Alberta, there's other areas of Canada selling off their affordable housing stock because they can't afford to maintain it. So when you look at bringing the right people to the table and stop listening just to developers who are looking at making as much money as they possibly can, but look at that small homeowner, the ones who are on fixed income themselves, being able to take their basement unit and make sure that they can put a secondary suite in without trying to charge them an obscene amount of money just to get that rezoning. $18,000 in the city of Cambridge just to put an application into the city, and it could be a yes or a no, you still lose your money. You have to work with the investors, but instead, every level of government is restricting it, and we like to know why.
Okay, well, just to be clear, we're not reinventing the wheel. We're looking at a common sense policy that's been successful in other jurisdictions. And I'm just, let me finish.
I'm just going to caution both Kayla and Councillor Charleston that we're not able to debate at the committee.
Right. I would just really like to understand why it would be considered so burdensome to change the sequence to insist that renovation licenses be granted before an N13 notice is issued.
Because it's cost. A business of rental properties is all about cost. The numbers need to make sense. The time frame needs to make sense. Is this a cash grab from the city of Ottawa because you need money and now you're looking for the real estate community in order to get that type of money? No, we already have Ontario Landlord and Tenant Board. We have the RTA. That is our rule book. When it comes down to a tenant complaining to the city that the landlord hasn't done their job and you need to come in and inspect and you need to give the landlord that order, then that will be your jurisdiction. And in that case, we'd still have the appeal process in place to appeal it. And you don't know what that renoviction is requiring that needs to be done right away. And what you're doing is delaying it and putting tenants more in a vulnerable, unsafe property just because you're just looking at that little bit of 46 applications or 46 applications that went to the board. We have to do a lot better and look at the bigger picture than just that little tiny bubble that politicians are looking at because they can't provide the housing that they want to make it look like it's greedy landlords in the city of Ottawa or Ontario.
Vice Chair. Okay, there are no further questions. Kayla, thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you.
We'll move on to John Dickey, who will be followed by Gerard McCarthy, and then Eileen.
Yes, good morning, Chair and committee members. Thank you for hearing me today and in a timely manner. I appreciate that very much. I think you all know the Eastern Ontario Landlord Organization was founded in 1990. We represent members. The bulk of the units of our 45,000 units under management are in the holdings of large landlords, but we certainly also represent medium and small sized landlords as well. Most of our members, our members rarely seek to evict tenants to perform renovations. And when that does occur, it is usually to remediate a health and safety issue, such as for repairs after a fire or a flood. And indeed in a building which contains asbestos or other hazardous material. So we need access and the tenant needs to vacate. Like the mover and the supporters of the motion, we want people to be well housed, but we believe the proposal is not the right way to achieve that common goal. I want to start by suggesting that the background concerns listed in the preamble tell only one side of the story. N13 and N12 notices state very clearly in plain language that the tenant does not need to leave the unit unless the board makes an order. And that can, as has been pointed out, can take many months. The landlord sensibly wants to get the process going because they may need to go to the board. Other issues have to do with the details of Mr. Pomeroy's report. And we have a belief that many of the lost units are units which moved from renting for, say, 900 or 950 a month to units renting for 1,050 a month over the course of 10 years. So that because, for example, one of the previous witnesses today spoke of a loss of 7 units to 1 unit that was obtained rather than this 31 to 1. We don't think that figure is realistic. Another figure that can be put out from the point of view of background is that in terms of housing affordability, StatsCan reports that the percentage of households in core housing need in 2016 was 11.9% in Ottawa, whereas in 2021 it fell to 9.4%. So that was an improvement in housing affordability in that 5-year period. So to function well, the rental housing industry needs less red tape, not more red tape. And much of what the Hamilton model provides would be a duplication of what is already provided by the province, including the rental housing enforcement unit and the requirement for a building permit and vacant possession. The issue is a subject of provincial regulation, and I would suggest that it should stay there. The province provides compensation available to tenants for bad faith evictions. The legal clinics are helpful to tenants in obtaining that. Acorn is helpful to that, and Acorn is very helpful to tenants, in fact, in staying in their units when they really need to vacate their units for essential work to be performed. And indeed, I'm certainly involved in situations where individual tenants will stay in buildings and then the whole project is stalled because the work can't be proceeded with safely until the whole building is vacated, and that harms other tenants because these units are then not available. Dem evictions in the motion are conflated with renovictions, whereas some dem evictions are absolutely essential to increase the housing supply, which is fundamental to solving the whole housing problem. So as a city, we want to make sure we take steps to solve specific parts of the problem do not make the overall problem worse. If the motion is adopted, EOLA will want to work with the city staff, as we have for decades now, and with this committee and with council to minimize the unintended negative consequences of such action as is taken, and to maximize the benefit, which is your goal, to preserve the affordability of housing, while at the same time increasing or at least not decreasing the supply of housing. EOLO is on the same page with you on those fundamental points. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I don't see any questions from members for you. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Brings us to Gerard McCarthy and then Eileen, and then we'll take a short break. Gerard, I think I saw you getting ready online there. Yep. Jerry, we're in your hands whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any institutional affiliation. I have been involved in the sponsorship or mentorship of 5 refugee families since 2016. Most of this done in collaboration with the Catholic Center on Immigration. All of these families have done well. They're all gainfully employed. They have rarely tapped into Canada's social welfare system, and they're all now proud Canadian citizens. In their own still precarious ways, they are building their modest Canadian dreams, and it has been a privilege for me to bear witness to this. One of these families, an Iraqi family of 5 living in Manor Park, recently encountered a significant obstacle to their dream. On March 28th, they were suddenly and unceremoniously presented with a 4-sentence letter from their landlord, Brookmill Gardens Limited, instructing them to contact a designated real estate agent to arrange for the sale of their townhome. And I have a copy of the letter here with me. Since this appeared highly irregular and not in compliance with the Landlord Tenant Board regulations, I decided to investigate further. And in the 3 weeks since, I've discovered that at least 4 additional families in this complex on Foxwell Street in Manor Park, all of them Arabic speakers, all former refugees, and all indeed paying under market rent for their units, have received similar letters, some of them dating back as far as July of last year. It's possible that there are many more families in the same boat. All 4 of these families with which I've had contact have received follow-up visits from the landlord's real estate agent. All of these interactions appear to involve certain patterns of coercion that implied tenants had no choice but to accept the sale of their units. When some of them resisted, the landlord and the real estate agent attempted different tactics. One family was subsequently presented with N12 documentation indicating that extensive renovations would be needed and they had to leave. 2 other families were told they could stay in their unit only if they abrogated their current lease and agreed to substantial increases in monthly rent. One of them agreed to do so, and they're now paying $1,900 per month instead of the previous $1,400, which is obviously a huge increase. The actions of the real estate agent and the landlord appear to be highly irregular, possibly illegal, and certainly not in compliance with the Landlord Tenant Board. The end goal would appear to be a bad faith attempt to end the tenancies of selected residents, all of them identified so far being Arabic-speaking immigrants who are minimally aware of their rights as tenants and the means by which they can advocate for themselves in the Canadian context. If this happens, it would mean not only a further erosion of affordable housing in Ottawa, but also a huge impediment to the aspirations of these refugee families. I therefore urge the committee to positively consider regulations and bylaws, including the motion before council, that will protect vulnerable families from the predatory practices of unscrupulous landlords. Thank you.
Jerry, thank you for your presentation. I don't see any, Ariel, sorry, Councillor Trosser.
Hi, Jerry. Thank you so much for being here. As someone who also has participated in more than 5 refugee sponsorships, I want to thank you, first of all, for doing that work. It's so important and so valuable. So just to clarify, what you're implying is that when the tenants did not agree to vacate because of an upcoming sale, they were then issued N13 eviction notices, suggesting that there might be extensive renovations. So that was sort of a second attempt?
Oh, yes. A year later, after the notice of the sale, after they were informed that it was going to be sale, this has happened in one family. They said they were not going to sell the house. They were subsequently presented with, I think it's an N12 renoviction type notice.
Okay. Yeah, N12
and they've scheduled a hearing with the landlord tenant board.
Okay, yeah, and N12 is actually when they say they're going to move a relative in, and then N13 is an eviction. But thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I think what you're speaking to is some of this intimidation that is present if these notices can be issued without first obtaining a renovation license. So thank you so much. I appreciate your comments today.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Jerry, thank you very much for your presentation today. Let's move to Eileen. Leo? And then we'll take a short break. Leo, you're no stranger to the committee. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, members of the committee. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about this important issue today, and we're particularly grateful to Councillor Troster for introducing this motion. On April 11th, the Ottawa Mission released our report entitled "No More Waiting, a Call to Action on Homelessness and Food Insecurity," which was sent to all members of council as well as to provincial and federal elected officials. In this report, we noted the same appalling trends concerning renovictions as are noted in Councillor Troster's motion, namely the shocking increases in renovictions across Ottawa, the negative impacts on vulnerable community members, and renovictions as part of a larger trend of the staggering loss of affordable housing across Ottawa, as documented by Professor Pomeroy. In our report, we also noted that the anti-renoviction bylaw in New Westminster, BC, which was ruled constitutional by the Supreme Court of Canada in 2021, and a similar bylaw that has been mentioned here in Hamilton, which was adopted in January of this year. Under the Hamilton bylaw, renovictions are only allowed if the landlord has already secured all building permits to complete the work and provides an engineer's report confirming that vacancy is necessary. In our report, we recommended that the Government of Ontario clarify the Residential Tenancies Act to support the development and implementation of municipal bylaws to prohibit bad faith renovictions in our province. We also recommended that the Government of Ontario reapply rent controls to units built after November 2018, as the lack of rent control on these units is one of the factors fueling the increase in renovictions. I would now like to speak briefly regarding the impact on renovictions on those we're working at the Ottawa Mission to help. In 2019, our shelter became a housing first shelter, reflective of our commitment to a home for everyone as a human right. Finding housing is always a central goal for our clients and their case managers. The ongoing housing emergency and almost no affordable housing also makes this task very difficult and is one reason why 10% of people who live in shelters are in fact employed. They simply cannot afford Ottawa's sky-high rents. The restrictions imposed by the recent pandemic also made it incredibly challenging for our case managers to find housing for clients. But regardless, over 3 years, they did manage to place 424 clients into housing. Many of our clients have experienced renovictions, which is why they turn to us for help with nowhere else to go. In addition, several of our clients who have gone through our programs, such as our addiction and trauma services suite of programs, our food services training programs, and other programs, have subsequently found themselves renovicted, which jeopardizes not only their housing, but their entire well-being. It's incredibly frustrating and dispiriting for us to see clients who have gone through our programs and find themselves back at our shelter, which is not where they want to be. It's also distressing in terms of the potential impacts on their health, well-being, and sense of self-worth. Everybody in our community deserves a home. People should not have their homes taken away from them for renovations that are not truly needed, but instead motivated by profit. The Ottawa Mission strongly supports Councillor Troster's motion concerning renovictions. We urge this committee to adopt this motion and the City of Ottawa to proceed with options to develop and implement an anti-renoviction bylaw similar to those in Hamilton and New Westminster to ensure that tenants in our community are not subject to bad faith renovictions. Thank you for your attention. I'd be very pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Eileen. So just to clarify, so you have tenants who have spent years, who have worked with you through all the programs, are finally in a place of their own, and then they're bouncing back to the shelter when they're evicted from their homes?
Yes, that's correct. And it's not a pretty picture. Being served with a notice of renoviction. And I mean, I appreciate the earlier discussion that, you know, you don't necessarily have to leave, et cetera, but many tenants simply don't understand it and they feel compelled to move out, or the landlord will proceed with a notice to the landlord tenant board, et cetera, et cetera. So it has severe impacts on the psychology of clients who are vulnerable to begin with, and it does nothing to improve their chances to be successful. I can think of one gentleman who attended an advocacy training session we held last May. He was a successful graduate of our food services training program. He was doing well. He was employed. Then he was renovicted. He somehow managed to find, quote unquote, an affordable bachelor unit that he had to share with 2 other people. So imagine someone who came to us in a very low ebb in his life, worked very hard to be successful, graduated from Chef Rick's training program, found a job, and then had the rug literally pulled out from under him. It is not helpful to our clients when that happens to them.
And just one more thing. You mentioned a certain percentage of your clients who line up for a bed every night at the Mission are employed full-time. Can you tell me what kind of professions they work in?
Well, it's actually, according to the city's own point in time count from 2021, 22, many of the people who are employed at the Mission, they will work in construction, in retail, in other jobs. You know, unfortunately, if you work in a minimum wage job, there are many studies that point to the fact that you simply cannot afford to pay on average $2,000 a month rent. That's why some people who end up at our shelter are in fact employed.
So is it your contention that if we don't do anything to try to address this issue, that we might see more full-time minimum wage employees living in shelter that the city will then have to pay to house?
I would not be surprised to see that happen. I mean, we've already seen the astonishing increases in renovictions over the past 2 years. I know that the former Community and Protective Services Committee actually directed the mayor in June of 2022 to write to the province about looking at the Residential Tenancies Act to determine whether Ottawa could proceed with its own bylaw, and that was almost 2 years ago. So clearly this has been a longstanding concern. Rates have gone up, as we have seen. And unfortunately, without something like a renoviction or an anti-renoviction bylaw, logic would dictate that this situation would only get worse. I mean, other things that we advocate in our report are the reapplication of rent controls to units built after November 2018. So we need a whole suite of measures in order to stem this. And you're right, the city does contribute to our budget to house people at our shelter. Why should the city have to do that when rents are so absorbently high and we can protect tenants through other measures?
Thank you very much. And thank you to everyone at the Mission for everything you do.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'd like to those thanks and say thank you very much. I don't see any other questions from members. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Kavanaugh has a question for you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Aileen, for coming out today. I'm wondering about what you said about people bouncing back and that they're not understanding the renoviction. So there's, from what I'm hearing from the landlords, it's some kind of misunderstanding that you know, you know, we didn't really mean it. You didn't have to leave. What's wrong here? Like, why is it that people are being scared to death and obviously leaving when we're hearing from landlords saying that they're, you know, that they weren't forced to leave or that they could get a equivalent unit, or they can come back and have it at the same rent?
That's an excellent question, Counselor. I certainly don't want to impugn the motivation of all landlords. The mission is itself a landlord. We own 3 apartment buildings for former tenants to provide affordable housing for them. So we understand the position of landlords as well. I think when the entire system provides incentives for those landlords who do wish to act in bad faith, unfortunately, there are some. So I do think tenant education is essential. Where are the resources to do that? It falls to our case managers to explain that to people. Where are the resources across the city to explain that to tenants? We do need robust tenant education. We have legal clinics, but why should somebody who's already low income, scared, perhaps a new Canadian, have to resort to an outside party? Those supports should be readily available. Our case managers do a lot of explanation about tenant rights for people who have been renovicted. That takes away time from them to find housing for our clients. It should be much more widespread, and incentives for bad actor landlords should be removed through things like a renoviction bylaw, reapplication of rent controls for newer units, etc., a whole suite of programs.
Where do you suggest this education should come from? Directly from the province, or how, just from your experience?
I think it would certainly be helpful for the province to introduce as many forms of accessible education for tenants as possible in an accessible format. Many clients are new Canadians. I think councillors are aware of the overwhelming influx of refugees and asylum seekers to the shelter system. We need education in many different languages. We need education from several different levels of government. So I would urge all levels of government to work together, but certainly the province, because that's where these things end up being adjudicated at the Landlord Tenant Tribunal. They have a leading role in this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. Let's come back here at 12:30 and resume. As soon as Lane and Wilson take their seats, we'll have quorum and we'll resume. Oh, and Councillor Dudas is here. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Kathy. All right. So as it turns out, I did end up getting tickets for tonight's game. So I am keen. I think we got lots of time. That was an amazing game on Saturday. Ottawa's rush, the way they set that rush up is unstoppable. We were watching, like I was watching, like Minnesota just kept getting jammed up between the blue lines, and Ottawa just unstoppable. It's going to be amazing tonight.
Color is color commentating your post-political career.
Yeah. Welcome back to the resumption of Planning and Housing Committee meeting number 26. Our next delegation, Mary Wine. Oh, you're right there. Okay. I'm not sure. Do we have a camera on you if you sit there as opposed to, can I ask you to move to the end? That way we'll ensure the eyes of Ottawa are upon you. No worries. We are in your hands whenever you're ready. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Okay. Chair Gao, Chair Leeper, Vice Chair Gower, and councillors. My name is Mary Huang, and I am the president of Central Town Community Association, and I'm also the co-chair of the CCA's Housing Affordability Working Group. I have been involved in the Ottawa Community Benefits Network for the past 4 years, and I'm currently its treasurer. In addition to these, I am on the task. I've been on the task force to revitalize our downtown, where we have looked into office to residential conversion, including I have advocated for some affordable housing in those conversion. The city of Ottawa have declared a housing and homelessness emergency in 2020. We have both the city of Ottawa's 10-year home housing and homeless plan and the integrated transition to housing strategy from this year. And everyone can see that the housing crisis and homelessness issue in Ottawa has gotten worse over the last few years. Similar to other major cities in Canada, we're losing 31 units of housing under $1,000 during the last 10 years from 2011 to 2021, according to the study by Steve Pomeroy. And there are a lot of need that's not met right now with affordable housing. We have heard from both I'm here today to speak as the president of Central Community Association, and I'm in support of the staff investigating and potentially looking at anti-renovation motion for bylaw. Hamilton has one, and I speak to the head of Hamilton Community Benefits Network with some stuff they're doing. And in January 2020, we had 2 city staffer that's responsible for rooming houses, plus a resident of a rooming house that's recently acquired. And she was telling me the new owner converted 2 kitchens into additional housing units, charging $1,000. And because she and some of her neighbors pay only $600 to $700, he's trying his best to persuade them to leave through making things much more difficult for them. And because by any of them leaving, he can increase their rent by 50% with a new tenant. And so it's very much in the interest for some actors to do renovictions in order to increase the rent significantly. And the real estate agents are not even hiding it anymore. My co-housing group, Concord Co-housing, got a listing from a real estate agent just on spec. And it is, it clearly states in the listing, the rent can be increased significantly, essentially advocating for renovation of the new owners to renovate tenants to increase their rent and at 37 times the net operating income, which means cost of capital of 2.65%. Basically, most landlords at that level will be cash flow negative and a negative profit for that. So it will be high incentive for them by being priced as such. It's high incentive for them to renovate people so they don't lose money on the project. And also, I know Councillor Plant had a motion to investigate acquisition fund similar to Toronto's MURA or City of Hamilton's the affordable housing fund program. I spoke back in September saying that Ottawa should really create one, and I hope the staff can find a way to, and the councillor can find some funding and to go with the federal housing acceleration fund, as well as the rental protection acquisition fund. I think that's what's the new name for it, but it's the housing acquisition fund, but the federal government announced a few weeks ago. Because seriously, the existing housing is one of the lower price housing, and but we need to bring the prices and the expectation of renovation, easy renovation, down a bit more, because it's pretty rampant right now. So that's all my delegation for today, and I hope, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mary. I don't see any questions for you from members, so thank you very much for your presentation today.
Okay, thanks.
Let's move on to Eddie Rue. Good morning, Eddie. Welcome to the Planning and Housing Committee meeting. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation when you're ready.
Very good. Good morning. My name is Eddie Rouet. I am a board member of Ottawa Acorn. Acorn, for those who don't know, is a community union fighting for low and moderate income people, including tenants, of course. I would like to speak in support of our campaign for an anti-renoviction bylaw. Now, many people have mentioned the research by Steve Pomeroy that shows that we lose 31 affordable units on the private market for every affordable housing unit being built. This is a crisis. And two of the major contributing factors to it are renovictions and demevictions. We cannot simply build our way out of the housing crisis. Ottawa tenants need the city to do everything within its power to protect existing affordable housing and ensure that we aren't being priced out of our neighborhoods and forced to pay hundreds of dollars extra, or in some cases, as much as twice our existing rent. Now, we do have a report, which a couple of other speakers have mentioned, looking at the number of N13 evictions issued, obtained through the Freedom of Information Act. Now, one thing that I would actually like to highlight, some people have mentioned the figure of about a 300% increase. That's actually the number for the entire province. For Ottawa specifically, we are talking about from 2017 to 2022, a 545% increase in N13 renoviction notices. We are the third largest jurisdiction in the province in terms of the number of N13 notices being issued, just behind Toronto and Hamilton. And indeed, Hamilton has brought forward a motion or a bylaw based on the one already existing in New Westminster, BC. Both of these are places where Acorn has been advocating against renovictions. And so we are certainly happy to see those moving forward. We're happy to see it moving forward here in Ottawa. And we also note with pleasure that we are seeing it move forward in other places in the province like Toronto, London, St. Catharines, Sudbury, and the Waterloo region. This is why we are calling on the City of Ottawa to strengthen tenant protections. And to do so, that would have to include, of course, passing an anti-renoviction bylaw similar to the one in Hamilton, which would include requiring a landlord to apply for a city renovation license within 7 days of issuing an N13 eviction notice to a tenant, only approving the license application if the landlord has already secured all building permits and provides an engineer's report confirming vacancy is necessary, the landlord providing temporary accommodations that are similar to their current unit or a rental top-up until the tenant can return after renovations at the same rent. The landlord must allow the tenant to return to their unit at the same rate that they were paying before the work was done. Tenants must be provided with information on their rights and entitlements during this process, and crucially, that the city issue daily fines for non-compliance with these regulations. In terms of demevictions, we would also like to see a rental replacement bylaw come forward that would require at least one-for-one replacement of lost affordable housing in new developments at the same rent that can be offered back to existing tenants, and that current tenants be provided temporary accommodations and rental top-ups until construction is complete. On this matter, we note that in June 2022, the previous city council directed city staff to report back to committee on the feasibility and scope of a rental replacement bylaw for Ottawa. However, no such report has come back. Now, during this time, the province did pass Bill 23, which gives the housing minister the power to regulate rental replacement bylaws, but there is nothing prohibiting municipalities from passing these bylaws under that legislation. We note, for instance, that the city of Oakville passed a rental replacement bylaw in the summer of 2023 after Bill 23 was introduced. Finally, to return to Councillor Troster's motion, we do also note happily the inclusion of the possibility of a tenant defense fund, similar to what they have in Hamilton and Toronto, so that tenants facing renoviction, demeviction, AGIs, that's above the guideline increases, and other situations that threaten their housing can access free legal representation. In short, Acorn members and tenants across the city are urging committee members to take the necessary steps forward to introduce these measures. All are existing policies and programs in other Ontario cities and also have the support of law firms and legal clinics. Further lengthy studies will only delay the proven solutions that are desperately needed to preserve Ottawa's last remaining affordable housing stock. Other cities are starting to follow, and Ottawa tenants can't afford to be left behind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eddie. There is one question for you from Councillor Plante.
Hey, nice to see you guys here today. I just had a couple questions for you because we're sort of hearing, this is kind of mythology. This is not correct. What would you say to people who say that not all renovictions are done in bad faith?
Well, one thing I would say is that, the question of whether it's in bad faith is kind of, I can't presume to see into the hearts and minds of the landlords. But renovictions, whether they're in bad faith or even sometimes in good faith, can be quite harmful to tenants if they are not sufficiently regulated. Obviously, it involves having to move someone else out into new temporary housing, and that can be quite a burden. For instance, CMHC has noted that in 2023 in Ottawa, the average rent in units with new tenants, so this would be the unit that a tenant is moving to because of a renoviction, is actually 21% higher than the rents in units that have kept the same tenant. So any form of displacement is ultimately going to harm the bottom line of the tenant.
And just to kind of piggyback on Councillor Troster's question that she posed the legal clinic, your report shows that 184 N13 evictions between 2017 and 2021 in Ottawa, but do you think this is representative of the scale of renovictions in the city?
I would say that it is in important respects an undercount. Because one thing to keep in mind too is that on the one hand, there are the N13 evictions that actually, go all the way to the landlord and tenant board, and where they issue the ruling to evict. But we also see a lot of situations where it doesn't get to that point because, for reasons that we've heard from some other speakers, pressure is applied on tenants once they've received an N13 notice. And they're sort of told, don't bother fighting it. Just accept this offer that we are making to you. And so people end up moving just sort of under the pressure of the uncertainty that an N13 creates, without it even going sort of the full legal and regulatory path of the N13.
And then just one last question for you, Eddie. I'm sort of, I guess, asking this as a renter myself. When a long-term tenant has to move, typically for the reasons that you're outlining here as for a renoviction, what does that do to a person when they've been living in a place for a long time, there's community in the place that they're living in, and then all of this uncertainty is kind of washed over them suddenly, and they have to kind of figure out their life in a very uncertain rental market that we have now?
Well, it's an awful reality. Again, particularly considering what I've sort of mentioned, which is that often when you are forced to move out, given the realities of the rental market, you will often end up paying not only paying considerably more for wherever you end up, but yeah, as you say, it's also a question of displacement. It may affect the community that you may have built up in the neighborhood where you are currently living. It may considerably increase the commute that you have to work. It may make it more difficult for you to access services that you're used to accessing in your community. It just adds a whole burden of uncertainty and difficulty in a time when a lot of tenants are already facing very high rents and other affordability issues that I'm sure everyone is well aware of.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. We're seeing that in my community as well with children who've been going to school, a certain school for a long time. And then when they have to find a new school, it's just extremely stressful for them and their parents. So I just wanted to thank you again for your delegation. Acorn, as always, is awesome. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
De rien.
Thank you. There's another question from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your delegation. You're talking about two separate things, because you're talking about the renoviction, which is being brought forward right now. And that's very specific in terms of telling people to leave while our renovation is going on. But you're also talking about demoviction, which is, in other words, rental replacement.
Yes.
Just to let you know that I have an inquiry that's coming up on that. So that will be, I'm going to be tabling that today, so that you're aware. I don't know if you have any comments about that.
Yeah, just to say that we are, well, I'm glad to hear that you do have an inquiry coming forward on that. And that, certainly it is understandable why perhaps it might have been put on the back burner by city staff, given the context of Bill 23. But again, I would point to Oakville, which has moved forward with a rental replacement bylaw. And we would certainly not want to see Ottawa outdone by Oakville.
That would be terrible. Thank you.
That would be terrible. All right. Thank you very much. Those are the questions for you.
Thank you.
Our next two speakers are going to be Peggy Rafter, Jessica Rano, and Dustin Monroe. So Peggy, if you're online or in the room. Online. Thank you. Good afternoon, Peggy. Welcome to the committee. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Peggy Rafter, and I'm a member of Acorn's Nepean chapter. I'll just give you a little background on what I experienced with the renoviction. Smart Living bought our property approximately 3 years ago at Manor Village. We were 111 units of family townhouses. We were all issued a 90-day notice to move out in order to convert our property to student housing. That's where the fight to save our home started, with tactics from the landlord, refusing to fix anything, threats. Many tenants panicked and moved, fearing homelessness. We have 7 remaining tenants that won our fight to stay. I am one of them. And have kept in touch with many of the tenants that left. And most of them now are on the brink of homelessness again.
I'm going to give Peggy another 30 seconds or so here to reconnect.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, hi, Peggy. Okay, please go ahead and resume.
Okay. Where was I? My experience going through the Renoviction was a very emotional and physical experience. Not knowing after 30 years of living in one place, you were about to lose your home with nowhere to go. I watched many of my neighbors leave because of the threats from our landlord. I would have never found housing on a pension, as the rents were more than I have per month. More than half of my pension goes to rent, and that doesn't leave a lot for other expenses. We were also told that we could not come back. They would rather pay the fine than let us back into our units after the renovictions. If we did stay, I pay $1,100 per month. Our rent, the townhouses are now going for $4,000 a month. So that's a giant increase. This is why I support Acorn's call to action for the committee to take steps towards an anti-renoviction bylaw, similar to the one in Hamilton. And other cities are starting to follow, and Ottawa tenants can't afford to be left behind. Thank you for your time.
Peggy, thank you. Good to see you again. I don't see any questions for you from members. So we'll move on to the next presenter, who is going to be Jessica. Hey,
Thank you.
Jessica. Raise your hands whenever you're ready to make a 5-minute presentation to the committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Jessica Ruano, and I'm a member of Acorn living in Carlington. I was born and raised here in Algonquin Anishinaabe territory, and I am a solo parent to my daughter Joy, who is 4 years old. So 3 years ago, in the height of the pandemic, during a stay-at-home order, I received an N12 no-fault eviction notice to vacate my home in Hintonburg because the new owners wanted their adult son to move in. At the time, my daughter was only a year old. I started looking for a new place to live, but housing prices had gone up substantially, and I realized I would have to pay at least $800 more per month for a comparable unit in Ottawa. I tried to negotiate with my new landlords, but they refused to speak with me. So Acorn encouraged me to take action and held a public demonstration in support of my cause. Despite our efforts, my daughter and I eventually had to move away from our street, from our neighborhood, from everything that was familiar to us. My daughter and I are happy in our new home in Carlington, but due to the rising cost of living, my rent jumped from $1,400 per month to $2,250 per month, plus bills. My finances are a lot tighter now, especially as I'm currently on EI sickness benefits and only have the capacity to work part-time. The Landlord and Tenant Board addressed my situation in a hearing, and they concluded last year that everything that happened to me was perfectly legal, and there would be no further recourse available to me. There was nothing they could do to compensate me for the loss that I suffered that was no fault of mine that I did not ask for. This eviction was 100% the decision of my landlords, but I alone bore the financial burden of their decision. Still, I know my daughter and I will be okay because I have savings and I have the support of my family and community. I know not everyone has that. As you've heard from other delegates, many people, including people with young children, suffer through evictions in silence, often ending up homeless or living in substandard housing. There are people living with disabilities who work at minimum wage jobs or who are not able to find work at all, who could lose their housing entirely because they can't afford to rent on the private market. So I believe that quality subsidized housing should be available to those who need it. And building new homes is not the only solution. Protecting existing affordable housing from no-fault evictions is key to stopping the housing crisis and the homelessness crisis. So Ottawa needs to take steps to reduce these no-fault evictions to protect our most vulnerable tenants. And this anti-renoviction bylaw is an important step in the right direction. So I hope that we can take inspiration from Hamilton's initiative and make a positive difference in our city. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Jessica. I know the eviction that you had to live through was an N12, not an N13, but I do appreciate you speaking to the human side of what it means to have your life disrupted. Did this mean changes for your daughter in terms of where she went to school or daycare?
Thankfully, no. She was going to, she's Indigenous, and she was going to an Indigenous childcare center. So we continued going there. I mean, I'm lucky enough to have a car, so that didn't affect my ability to take her to school. Okay. If it had happened when she was older, I imagine that would have changed the school district and therefore would have been more complicated.
So in your case, you appealed your eviction. It went to the residential, it went to the landlord tenant board, and they found that your treatment was entirely legal.
And I tried to appeal it because a few months after I moved out, I saw that my apartment unit had been listed online for several $100s more than I had paid there. So that's why I went forward with
So
that.
their relative did not move into the apartment, is what you're saying?
Well, the thing is, it's a little complicated because the son did move in. But then I found this listing, and so I thought maybe he was moving out again.
Mm-hmm.
But they said that the listing was put up in error, and so therefore it was not seen to be done in bad faith.
Okay. Thank you. Your cases, I hear so many cases like it, so I'm so sorry you went through that. I'm glad you were able to find a place to live in Councillor Brockington's ward, and I hope you're able to stay. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. We were sorry to lose you. You were a valuable part of the Hindenburg community.
I'm still there a lot.
Yeah. I appreciate you sharing your story today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Dustin Monroe, then Tara Mills, and then Rael Brady, sorry. Good afternoon, Dustin. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dustin Monroe. I'm an Acorn member in the Vanier chapter, and I'm part of a group that's fighting for Ottawa to get the same kind of bylaw as Hamilton. I think the best way is copy and paste, and then anything else comes up for amendments, whether additional stuff gets added on, we just do it over time and exchange it with other cities that do the same thing. But anyways, like, I've been living my home in Vanier since 2013, and I experienced a renovation notice by people that didn't even own the property yet. They weren't supposed to take possession until July the 6th, and this was back on March 24th of 2021. And 2 people actually moved out, before they even owned the property. And they wanted us to sign the N11s. Apparently 4 of us didn't sign it, but even for those that did, it was rendered invalid. And more than half of the tenants left because they thought they had to. And then, OPG threatened, they were the holdings, was the new owners threatening to evict us at the end of August for major renovations. Well, apparently what happened was it was just by luck that I got involved with Acorn, because I was having them do my taxes, and I was describing what to the guy doing my taxes what happened, and that I was afraid I'd have to build myself a shack or buy myself a camper to live in, because how would I be able to afford rent? And even if I do find an affordable place, if it goes up for sale, I can be back for square one. So I thought I'll just go straight into something that I can afford and not be evicted from. But, you know, and when they told us they help people avoid having to move out before, you know, so then we got the rest of the tenants involved. We were about to have a protest the end of June of 2021. And I guess they were shocked that we found out where their address was, because they wouldn't even say who they were, let alone know where their office is. And so, well, in good faith, we canceled the protest. And then because they still wanted us out, so we just planned another one for July 16th, I think it was. It was a Thursday. And so then just suddenly before that, the four of us were offered to stay, provided we didn't do the protest. Well, nobody showed up to discuss anything, so we went through with the protest. And, you know, so it ended up that we're about to do another protest in November in front of their office. And suddenly they emailed Acorn saying that they would rescind the N13s if we gave up the protest. So we canceled the protest. And what happens? They reactivated them not long afterwards. So the lawyer from Acorn told me with the hearing that you know, they would just dismiss the case because they put it on paper twice that they would cancel the N13s if we cancel the protest. And so it just basically got dismissed. And it would have impacted me financially if I was to move, because I was only paying $661 a month at the time. And, you know, of course, you know, hard to find another place. A couple of the people did actually move into a shared accommodation, but had to move out because people were stealing off them. So that's another problem with moving. And when tenants lose their housing after being rent-evicted, they're forced to pay much higher rent, sometimes double or triple it. And Hamilton already passed a bylaw, is it? And, you know, we should not be left behind. And that's why I support Acorn's call for the, you know, to take steps towards the anti-renovation bylaw, similar to what was just passed in Hamilton. And a couple other aspects about renting places is not only can you afford, you know, the question is, can you afford the rent being advertised? Yeah. And so, but it's, are you going to be accepted by the landlord? Some of them want to know your life history or what your income is, and, or they'll refuse, you know, and there's credit checks too, a lot of times. And there was one place, just out of curiosity, that I called them. The owners were in Montreal. They said you have to have deposits in that. Now, to my understanding, I told them it's illegal. They said maybe in Ontario it is, but in Quebec it isn't. So just some examples of why we should copy and paste or do very similar bylaw to Hamilton. So I guess if anybody has questions to ask.
Thank you for sharing that, Dustin. I don't see any questions for you. So are we going to move on? We will move on to the next speaker. Thank you for coming out this morning or this afternoon. Tara Mills, then we have Brady, and then Andrew Lumsden. Hi, Tara. Welcome to committee. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Tara, and I'm a local entrepreneur and member of Ottawa Acorn. I'm here in support of Acorn's campaign for an anti-renovation bylaw because I currently spend more than 50% of my income on rent, more than double than I did just a few years ago. I have been forced to give up my cat due to the inability to find cat-friendly housing following an eviction, and because I still want my $100 bill back, which I strongly suspect that my landlord stole off my table when he illegally entered my unit just days before my lease ended. 2 years ago, myself and my 2 former roommates were kicked out of a reasonably priced unit under suspicious circumstances that I strongly suspect were exemplary of a landlord's attempt to renovate a property in order to jack up the rent. For approximately 5 years, I lived in a small house in Nepean with 2 other roommates. We always paid our rent on time, and myself being a professional gardener, I personally took it upon myself to maintain and significantly improve the property's front and backyard at no extra charge to the landlord. Then one day we received an N12 under the pretext that the landlord's wife was moving into the unit. One of our neighbors, who is a contractor, later told us something that made us doubt this story. It turned out he had been hired by our landlord to do minor renovations on the house as soon as we had moved out. The year following us being kicked out, I passed by the house numerous times on my way to and from work, and it appeared to be unoccupied. Only more recently has it shown signs of occupation. There's an extreme shortage of housing in the city, although often hard to prove. It is common knowledge that both N12s and N13s are being widely abused as an excuse for landlords to increase profits. Given this context, it is imperative that there be stricter regulations and enforcement with regards to how these eviction notices are used. The regulations and enforcement in regards to how these eviction notices the absence of such oversight only enables further, more egregious abuse from landlords against tenants. I'd now like to read you an email that I sent to the Landlord and Tenant Board on December 2nd, 2022, around the same time that our lease was expiring, when we were right in the midst of moving out. To whom it may concern. I recently moved out of 1254 Highgate Road, a residence for which I have had numerous problems with the landlord throughout the 5 years I have lived there. I reported infractions several times, but nothing came of it. More recently, our landlord illegally entered the house on November 27th between 2:15 and 2:45 p.m., trying to move his stuff in early. He did not give myself or any of my roommates the requisite 24 hours notice, and our lease was paid for until December 1st. He displaced some of our stuff, including my expensive music equipment that I had packed on the living room floor. The same day, a $100 bill that I had in my wallet on the dresser in the entryway went missing. As the trespassing was occurring, I called bylaw. It took a long time to get through to them, and when I finally did, the person I was talking to, named Grace, told me to call the police because it was a crime in progress. The police then claimed that it was somehow not their jurisdiction and told me to contact you guys, the LTB. Obviously, the LTB is closed on Sundays, so I could not call you that day. I also could not reach out over the subsequent days as I was busy moving my stuff into a storage locker and traveling to another country. I left the country on the 29th, and I will not be returning to Canada until April, so it would be expensive to call me by phone. I then provided my both my Ottawa phone number and the phone number that I was using while I was in Ecuador over the winter. I run a seasonal business, by the way, so I've decided now that it's cheaper for me to go overseas over winter. So this clearly raises several issues relating to the law, its enforcement, and whose responsibility it even is to enforce the law. As tenants and taxpayers, we deserve better, frankly. Thank you.
Tara, thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you from members. Appreciate your presentation this afternoon. Rael Brady and then Sharon Katz will be next, and that will conclude the speakers list for this afternoon. Mr. Brady, welcome. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Hello, my name is Riverside Brady. I'm a member Icon Ottawa Avenue. And my landlord just served me in 13. It's been a year. He tried to throw me out without success. They do me trouble. They threatened me. I got video of it. And one day he came to, I got a small garage with the apartment, power from my apartment. One day he cut the door open with a sawzall, cut everything, threw in the truck, threw the fence in the truck, and he leave without advise me. And the neighbor called me, said, look what's going on, happened to your place. So I called the police, and the police didn't do nothing because he's a landlord. Tried to say the door was not in good shape, and it's not true. I've been, the wood door been painted every 2 years. So that's it. I've been fighting to keep my place. I want to keep my place. I'm very comfortable there. I got a cat. They go out through the window. Everything is perfect. And I don't know what to say. I'm very stressed and I'm handicapped. Almost die and around April, Halloween, there were 3 days on the ground from the bed. I knocked myself and my leg was super bad infection. I went to hospital for 10 days. And now I'm blind in one eye and I got maybe 90% the other eye is okay, but that. So I'm very stressed. I got pills from the doctor for that. I hope they leave me alone. And so I joined an ICON and I hope they're going to help me with that because I don't plan to move. I don't want to move. I've been there over 20 years. My old landlord both died COVID. Without this, everything would be okay. Now, the new landlord, the Lebanese guy, he got a company, he renovate two guys upstairs, the 2 apartments upstairs, he renovate upstairs. And now they want to rent out $2,200 a month plus AC and electricity. And it's been 2 months now, they try to rent it. A lot of people go and nobody move in yet. Now he want to throw me out and try and maybe get like $2,600 a month or something like that. I pay $943 a month. And I've been there forever. So thank you very much. Gracias.
Gracias, Mr. Brady. Gracias, Mr. Brady. I don't see any questions thank you very much, Mr. Brady. I don't see any questions for you. So
yes.
Appreciate your presentation today.
Habla español poquito, French, English.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sharon?
Oh, we could help me with all this. This landlord is crazy.
Sharon, whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Sharon Katz, and I'm a member of ACORN's Central Ottawa chapter. As you know, ACORN is a multi-issue membership-based community union of low and moderate income people fighting for social justice. ACORN has chapters all across the country advocating for issues at the local, provincial, and federal levels. I'm speaking to you today in support of ACORN's campaign for an anti-renoviction bylaw. A few months ago, Ottawa ACORN held a citywide in-person meeting, and through the magic of Zoom, we heard from a city councillor from New Westminster, BC, about the anti-renoviction bylaw that they had instituted there. We were impressed by what we heard. The year before their bylaw was passed, New Westminster had several hundred renovictions. In the year after it was passed, the number went down to almost nothing. How it worked. One of the key facets of the bylaw was that landlords had to apply to the city to obtain permission to do a renoviction. And as part of that application, the landlord had to prove that the renovation that was being contemplated actually required that the tenant move out. I remember that the councillor noted that when renovations were planned for condos, it was less likely to be considered necessary for the occupant to move out during the renovation than when the renovation was planned for a rental unit. In my opinion, for the program to work, it is vitally important that the evaluation of whether or not the renovation actually requires the renter to vacate the unit should be done by a competent person employed by the city, not someone hired and paid by the landlord who would have the incentive to agree with whatever the landlord wants so that they would be hired back the next time the landlord was proposing a renoviction. This is a problem with Ontario's Bill 97, which has the landlord select and pay for a contractor to do the evaluation. I've just been told that under Ariel Choster's bill, it would have to be an engineer who did the evaluation, and they have legal ethics or engineering ethics. So that might solve the problem. Related issues. Two related issues I want to mention is the need for improvement in the enforcement of existing bylaws and the need for tenants to have better access to information on their rights, something that has been mentioned by a number of people. The existing system is that tenants who are having a problem with their landlord in terms of maintenance or lack of repairs can contact the city either through the city website or by calling 311. For people who don't have a computer, this means that they make a phone call, and if nothing happens, there's no record that they ever complained. I submit that there should be more options, such as being able to mail information about their problem to the city or coming in person. I have also heard stories about less than great responses from bylaw enforcement officers, even when they do show up. This has to change, and there also has to be fines for noncompliance. Finally, an absolutely crucial area that needs improvement is access to information about tenants' rights so that they cannot be misled by landlords who act in bad faith. The city should at least set up a telephone resource that tenants can use to get their questions answered. Also, an information booklet should be made available to tenants that explains their rights. The councillor from New Westminster that I mentioned earlier said that their city had produced one. In Hamilton, part of their procedure for dealing with renovictions is that the tenants who are affected are each provided with a tenants' rights package. I submit that such a package should be freely available to all tenants in Ottawa, not just tenants who have been served with eviction notices or otherwise threatened with being evicted. While we wait for the city to produce such a booklet, I would like to mention that I came across an impressive 24-page booklet called Tenant Guide 2024, produced by Ottawa West Nepean MPP Chandra Pasma, which I highly recommend. It includes a section on resources that tenants in Ottawa can use to get more information about their rights and to get help in protecting them. A final note I should mention is that on CBC Radio this morning, there was an interview with the city councillor from Hamilton who spearheaded the anti-renoviction bylaw in Hamilton, and I would like to recommend that interview. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. First, a clarification, the motion that I put forward is simply asking city staff to take a look at the Hamilton example. It's not prescriptive in any way, but yes, the Hamilton bylaw does levy fines. First of all, I want to thank all of the ACORN members who came today. I know I'm only speaking to you, Sharon, but I'm also speaking to you as a group. Thank you for your advocacy. It seems that the principal objection that I'm hearing to my motion is the idea that the Residential Tenancies Act and potential new provincial legislation does it all. And that an anti-renoviction bylaw is not necessary as a city or could be scope creep. I'm just wondering if you could address why you specifically are looking for action at the municipal level when, technically speaking, there are certain tenants' rights prescribed in provincial law.
The existing situation is totally inadequate, and we know that from the stories we're hearing, like from the first speaker on today, that people's rights aren't being protected. The landlord tenant board takes forever to consider a case, and because tenants don't know their rights, they get a piece of paper that says you got to move out, and they don't know that, well, you don't exactly have to move out right away. You can fight it if you want, but then it turns out that like the Hamilton bylaw and your bylaw says before a landlord can say, move out because I have to do this major renovation. Like, there has to be proof that they really do have to do that major renovation, and it's serious enough that the tenant does have to move out, and also that they should be compensated for it. But that the way the system stands now, well, maybe we'll get there a year later and find out that, well, no, you didn't really have to move out. Like, what kind of it's insane, because if you actually, if the situation was serious enough that you needed to fix something right away, the thing should proceed, expeditiously. And if it didn't have to happen, then there never should have been a notice in the first place. So, like, it's not working. It's basically.
Thank you. Just one more question, because you did mention the need for more tenants' rights education, which is something, another motion I put forward a few months ago, asking the city to look into the idea of a tenant defense fund. I asked this very same question to the very first delegate earlier today. If we had better tenant education, do you still think we would need an anti-renoviction bylaw?
Yes, but it wouldn't get used as much. Like, okay, the situation in New Westminster, and like, I think all of us that were at that meeting and heard about it were really dazzled by the results, because I mean, Hamilton just passed theirs, and so we don't have data on the experience. But in New Westminster, they passed it, they have it in operation, and all of a sudden there's little or no renoviction requirements.
Right. So you're saying that landlords are finding a way to do those repairs without evicting the tenant?
Yeah.
That's what the data from New Westminster is showing, according to your interpretation.
Well, whatever the reason, they're not renovicting the tenants.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sharon, thank you very much. Appreciate your delegation this afternoon. That does bring us to the end of the public delegation list. So I will open the floor now. I note that Clara Freire is here. Hey, Clara. And you're prepared to answer questions if members have questions of you. And Christine Etna is here as well from legal. So if you do have questions of legal, I know she's prepared to answer some questions as well. So we will open it up essentially to just a free-flowing debate. Comments, discussion, debate. Councillor Chaucer.
Thank you so much, Chair. This is for any of the staff who are here who would like to answer, because I know that this motion crosses 3 different departments, but I'm just wondering if you could let us know if you support the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I knew there was a risk in walking in the room. From a community and social services perspective, of course, our mandate is housing loss prevention. It's part of our housing services mandate, or housing loss prevention, and identifying other solutions to support people to retain their housing. In that vein, we happily support doing more research and looking into what are the implications for such a bylaw here in Ottawa, and what will council have to consider, including the resources it will take and the budget and funding it will take to ensure that we can put this in place, if that is the will of council, once we bring forward some ideas. So happy to be part of that work.
Thank you. And in terms of our legal team, I'm just wondering if the motion that I presented as it's written, if you think it's in or out of scope for us to examine the Hamilton bylaw.
Chair, certainly it is within the scope for legal services to look at what other municipalities are doing and to report back with a recommendation as directed within the motion.
Thank you.
I just note that Valerie is here as well. Thank you very much for joining us, Valerie.
Good afternoon, Chair. To echo what GM Frere has said, Emergency and Protective Services would certainly follow the direction of council on this motion. Staff were able to work with Councillor Troster on the wording, and so we would collaborate with our colleagues in other departments to produce what is asked, which is an assessment of what it would take to work up an anti-renovictions bylaw here in Ottawa, including timelines, costs, and what other work that's on the bylaw review work plan that might have to be displaced in order to carry out that work if we're directed eventually to do it by council.
Thank you very much. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Councillor Troster for bringing this motion forward. It's a very important discussion for us to have, and I think a lot of information has come out at this committee in particular. I do have a number of questions. These motions, we see a lot of them where really staff are to review something, report back. And sometimes we always just look at those things to say, well, that's fair enough, fine. Go ahead, look at something, come back, report, whatever. And, that is what's going on here. And I don't think anybody on this committee, maybe anywhere, would ever be in support of bad faith evictions, renovictions. Like none of us think that that's appropriate, right? So we're all on the same page here. As I said, many meetings ago, it's often about the how we go about solving something that we differ on, not the why or the what. So I think that's what's happening here, and certainly in my head. So I want to just follow up here on the scope creep, right? Because you're absolutely right that it is absolutely within our right to look at an issue. What another municipality is doing, that there's no scope creep there. It's what we might get back that might be scope creep. So I don't know that that's totally relevant right now. It's about what happens when we get a report back on that might be scope creep. But right now, when we ask staff to go down the road of looking at this, the question I always want the answer to is, so what in going to do this work to go and find out all of this information and come back with this big report, what would that take? How much time? And what would that stop us from doing, or you doing, really, staff? What would it displace if this motion passes?
Mr. Chair, speaking from an emergency and protective services perspective, that is exactly what we see the motion as directing us to do. We would come back by September 30th with an assessment of what it would take to work up an anti-renovictions regime similar to Hamilton, so that committee and council would know what timelines it would take, what existing work or planned work would have to be displaced, what the expected costs would be, and then we would be in committee and council's hands in terms of whether or not to undertake that work. And that is my understanding of Councillor Troster's motion.
Mr. Chair, I don't think that's what the motion actually indicates. The motion does not say that. The motion says, if this passes, you are going to do this review.
The review. So, Councillor Cray, I think what you were expecting to hear in terms of an answer back from Valerie was the amount of work that would be required in order to come back with that, the results of that review, right?
Yeah. And what would that displace?
Yeah. So I don't know if there's a disconnect, or if maybe you want to reframe the question for Valerie.
So I'm saying, if this motion passes, you do go ahead and review the City of Hamilton's renoviction bylaw and all those other things and come up with all this stuff. So what would how much time would that take you, and what would that displace? This motion is somewhat complex. I will give you that.
Mr. Chair, if this motion passes at council, what staff would do would be to take the 4 months to look at what happened in Hamilton, understand their experience, and bring back an assessment to committee and council of what it would actually take to do that bylaw review if directed at that point. So we feel that the initial preliminary assessment that is referred to in Councillor Troster's motion can be accommodated with current work plans right now. But the idea would be that we'd come back in September and be able to tell council, if you want us to do a full bylaw review and develop an anti-renovictions bylaw, this is the work that would be displaced. These are the costs that we expect might be incurred. And this is the effort that it would take. So committee and council would have a full picture of what that work would entail.
Okay, that's very much more helpful. So that would take you 4 months, and you don't feel it would really displace anything of any great value, and you could easily do this. That's what I thought I heard there. That's interesting. The other question I would ask is Bill 97. I like the changes from the mayor's office here about adding in the federal tenant protection fund and the Canadian Renters Bill of Rights, and adding that in for them to look at. What isn't in here is Bill 97 that hasn't been proclaimed yet. Is that something you think you would include in this analysis?
Mr. Chair, I defer to colleagues in legal services, but my understanding is that Bill 97 does address some of the issues that are in the Hamilton renovictions bylaw. As you know, the bill has received royal assent, but has not been proclaimed. So I imagine that some of the work we would do over the next 4 months would be keep a very close eye on the progression of that bill, if anything, and then include it in our response back in terms of how we might think it affects the development of an anti-renovictions bylaw at that point. I can't predict what's going to happen to that bill between now and September. So it would be certainly something we would keep a keen eye on and report back to committee on.
Okay, that's helpful. My last question is there any part of what was asked for in the 2022 motion that a number of delegations referenced, is any part of what's in that staff are already doing, that this is potentially redundant?
Mr. Chair, I believe those staff, if I'm understanding correctly, those directions were about tenant education packages and exploring a legal defense fund. So I would defer to General Manager Frere and Legal Services on that point. Those were not EPS issues.
Thank you, Valerie and Chair. We, at the time when we reviewed the requirements of that line of inquiry, we determined that the services that we're funding currently through community agencies address many of the needs aligned with the tenants' resources, defense fund kind of activity. And in order to do more, we would need to come back again with an idea of the kinds of resources we would require to bring that kind of service into the city. Right now, we fund community agencies to fulfill those roles. And we believe that that's not only more cost effective, but also where it belongs in community. And that was our position at that time.
Okay, I just want to have one other comment. And I would say that, I looked at the Hamilton model, and I know this is not directly to what we're agreeing whether staff should do this report or not. But the Hamilton model, I think, was upwards of $1 million and 8 FTEs and a vehicle. And I would hope that a report that comes back indicates that there is potentially a different way we could go about this, because it seems to me like that's a lot of FTEs. It's $1 million. Like, we could do something like create a fund to help protect these tenants in a different way, So I'm hoping that that would be looked at, because, I just don't think the Hamilton way is the only way. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curry, Vice Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I thought some of the presentations today were really impactful. So thank you to Acorn and others who presented. There's one point where one of the delegations was talking about having to organize protests and hire legal advice in order to save the place where he lived. And I thought there's no way any homeowner would ever have to organize protests and hire legal advice just to maintain the place where they live. And it's something that I think people who rent, I rent as well, it's something you always have that in the back of your mind. You just never know when the landlord might change their mind for N13s or anything else. So thank you for bringing that perspective. There is an inherent power imbalance between tenants and landlords, especially now with the very low vacancy rate that we have in Ottawa. And I think it's reasonable that governments have regulation to try to balance out that imbalance. But it is, as we heard today, there are some gaps in that regulation and gaps in that balance. And if there is a way that our municipality can play in trying to close that gap, I think it's incumbent upon us to explore that. The Hamilton solution may not be perfect, or it may not be the exact solution for Ottawa, but I think it's reasonable that we at least explore that. And I'm looking forward to seeing what staff come back with in the fall. The other thought I had is for some of the landlord associations that we're delegating today. If you're still watching, we heard a lot from you about education, and you said a lot of times tenants don't know their rights. And I'm curious to know from you, and I guess I should have asked you, what you do in education. Do you do any funding towards education programs? I know we do as a city. I know Acorn does that. And I'm wondering if landlords, the associations, might step up and create a fund to do some mass advertising and education for tenants so that they do understand fully what their rights are, whether it's N13 or any other part of the process. It sounds like that is a gap, and perhaps something that landlords themselves have a responsibility to help address. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions of my own. Will the report go into detail because this is not explicitly stated. But the report I'd like just to plant a seed here should talk about what the Hamilton bylaw covers and what it doesn't cover. So we're actually asking staff per the motion to assess whether or not, or what it would take to go down this road if we wanted to create a bylaw. But I think for education purposes, for people who are going to read the report, including committee members who haven't read Hamilton's bylaw yet, the report should actually go into that detail. Give us some context to your reply to the actual motion before us. So my questions are, who is the lead on this file? Who is going to take the actual lead and do this work associated if this motion passes?
Mr. Chair, this work is in preparation for a potential bylaw review. And as a result, Emergency and Protective Services will take the lead and work very closely with Community and Social Services, Planning Department, and Legal Services in producing that preliminary assessment.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I heard the general manager state when asked by the mover if staff supports this, and the response was indeed they do. And I just wanted to know, why is a motion from my colleague necessary? At what point would staff have acknowledged that there are issues within the community that have to be addressed, that we don't have a bylaw per se that addresses concerns that exist? When would staff actually move on this matter had no member of council moved this type of motion?
We're going to come back to that.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. And I didn't see the GM leave. Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes. And staff had an opportunity to look at some of the whereas clauses, talks about percentage increases in number of N12 or N13. But does staff have data that can again be embedded in the report that comes back to this committee on the actual numbers? And again, if I have to park that chair, I'll park it. But
Yeah, if you're, so questions for staff at this point, could I ask you to hold them until we get our GM back in room? I understand that GM was unable or had to take an urgent call.
Sure, I appreciate that. So in essence, I will support the motion that's before us. I have a good colleague, friend from Hamilton that I work with at AMO, and we've talked about their recent bylaw. And I think that, I want to see Ottawa be a lot more proactive as opposed to being reactive. We have to set the table here with some significant and I think legitimate concerns in the community, but I don't want to reinvent the wheel either. There are thousands of municipalities in the world, and we're not the only ones struggling with this. So what are the best practices that exist that respect the basic human right of shelter for all citizens, but also the reasonable requirement to charge rent by landlords so they can pay for the costs associated with running the household or the building that people live in. So I'll be keen to see what comes out of the report, the staff report later this year, and I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councillor, the GM has been able to rejoin us. Did you want to pose those questions to her?
Welcome back. I just asked two questions in your absence. One was, you're supportive of the motion before us, one of the first questions from Councillor Troster. I'm just trying to get an understanding, had this motion not come forward today, at what point would staff at least have acknowledged the need to beef up a bylaw or create a bylaw? Like, does it always require a member of a committee or council to move this type of motion? Or if staff are supportive, staff must be aware of what's happening in the environment. What would it take for staff to have moved a motion like this?
Chair, we, as part of our 10-year plan, refresh would have been looking at this very issue as we would have been looking at acquisition, as we will look at some of the other issues that not only other levels of government have now decided that they're funding through the federal budget, for instance, but also in refreshing our 10-year plan, there's significant community engagement and consultation. So we are comfortable in that exercise that we would have heard the need for this kind of work to be done. Whenever we also speak with other municipalities through various committees and intermunicipal groups, we also discuss what's happening in other communities. And so it's early days in Hamilton. It's still early days with this. And so we often take a bit of time to sort of examine what is actually happening post-decision in other jurisdictions, so that when we do bring an idea forward to you, that it's something that's been well thought through. So that's what we do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Clara, and thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Dudas?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, the GM just noted that, it's still early days in Hamilton and they're still kind of working their way through having established this. We note that there's been announcements recently from the federal governments in regards to other type of legislation and changes that might have an impact on this. When staff come back with the next reporting back mechanism, Valerie, you have mentioned that it will be with an assessment about what it would take in terms of FTEs and resources. Could I also ask that staff come back with an unvarnished opinion as to whether what we're proposing here fits for our city? Because there's a lot we don't know yet. I mean, it looks really good from Hamilton's perspective. We also know Ottawa has very different nuances, and sometimes it has the same as other municipalities. But I'd like to also know that, one, to Councillor Brockington's point, we have the data in front of us from an Ottawa perspective, not coming from one group or another, but coming from our staff, that we also have a true opinion that is also included in the report, not just having to be teased out during the question periods from staff about, yes, this will work in Ottawa, or this doesn't really work in Ottawa, but we would propose maybe this, or maybe nothing at all, because I think that that holds a lot of value to me, since the Hamilton one is in such early days. Is that possible to have staff consider that as they draft that first assessment?
Mr. Chair, yes, as the councillor said, it is very early days in Hamilton. In fact, the bylaw is not going to be implemented until, I believe, Q1 of 2025. So they are setting up to implement their bylaw, but they haven't gotten there yet. It has just passed at their council this last January. So, Mr. Chair, I would say that we will do our best to, as part of that preliminary assessment that's been asked of us, to provide any information we can on whether we think a Hamilton-style renovictions bylaw will work in Ottawa. But remember, we won't have done the bylaw review by that point. What we're being asked for in 4 months is a preliminary assessment. So, to the councillor's question, we will provide as much information as unvarnished as possible as the councillor's asking for, do our best, and we'll work very closely with, as I say, the other departments to do that.
And I appreciate that, because I think that, we need to, pursue any policy, bylaw, regulations, changes, any of this with all the information in front of us, including what's good, what's bad, what's ugly about different scenarios. And then we as council on committee have the ability to make that decision. So I do appreciate that, Valerie, and I will be supporting this motion. I do like the amendments from the mayor's office, and I thank Councillor Troster for bringing it forward. I also like the fact that it gives us time to see what works for our city and, have staff kind of delve into the nuances of it. So I do appreciate it, and I will be supporting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Diaz. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Great questions and an interesting discussion this morning. The cost for the permit, I'm just wondering how you landed on that number.
Yeah, and I'm going to direct that one to Councillor Troster as the mover of the motion.
Yeah, hi, Catherine. Hi, Councillor Kitts. I don't know how Hamilton landed on a specific amount of money for a permit. There's nothing in the motion that I put forward that specifies is that would even have to be part of an Ottawa solution. My understanding is they did that for cost recovery to fund the actual program. Now, I'll say the legal context in Hamilton's a little different. They have of their entire population, 40% are tenants. So the push for this kind of legislation was really strong across the whole city. And the extent of loss is similarly high. But, again, I'm not seeking to be prescriptive. I'm looking to explore what could be a made in Ottawa solution. It could have a fee, it could have no fee. I'm really open to see what we come up with.
Okay. Thank you for that additional context. And I suppose this is the question for staff, but if the Ottawa solution does include a fee, I'm wondering, either based on what other municipalities have seen or staff at first blush, would there be a fear that adding either cost or layers of bureaucracy would act as a disincentive for property owners to keep their properties in good repair? Is that a concern at all, or does that not factor in here?
Mr. Chair, having had a preliminary review of the City of Hamilton's findings and their rationale for putting forward a Renoviction license regime, I do know that staff tried to keep the costs low for that permit. I understand that there's 715 initially and then 125 annually for as long as that permit is needed. I also note, though, that staff were very clear that only recovers 10% of the operating costs of this regime. So the staff report from Hamilton sets out that the operating costs on an annual basis for their renovation license program is just under $1 million. With an additional capital costs and as well as a transition budget, I think of $150,000 for the first year. Mr. Chair, I don't know what that would look like in Ottawa. What Councillor Troster is asking us to do is have a preliminary assessment by the end of September. Yes, we would also always try to factor in cost recovery in an Ottawa situation, and the cost for permits or licenses, as the case may be, is always a big part of our consideration. We hope to come back with some preliminary information about that, but again, we won't have done the bylaw review by then. We will be providing council with an assessment of what it would take to do that bylaw review. At that point, we will be in council's hands to either direct us to proceed with that bylaw review or not.
Okay. I think we're all keenly interested to see what comes into that report. Okay. And then I think based on your the answer or the question Councillor Brockington asked, I was going to ask whether some of the stats that were quoted today, including the 545% increase in renovations in the last 3 years, does the city collect this type of data? I was going to ask if we could substantiate any of this, but I think based on your answer to Councillor Brockington, we don't. Is that what I heard?
Mr. Chair, Emergency and Protective Services Department does not currently collect those stats. I understand that in the City of Hamilton, they went directly to the Landlord Tenant Board to obtain the specific statistics on M13 notices and 12 notices and the disposition of those cases. I am aware that groups like Acorn and others have collected that information for Ottawa, but obviously in terms of a staff assessment, we would want to validate that information or at least advise council of what it would take to get that data if we're unable to validate it ourselves.
Okay, so that will all be part of this report as well. We don't have data. Okay. Okay. And then I guess, I think you've answered this question already in different ways from different questions, but to be very direct, we heard from delegations on either side saying either there is a legislative gap that Ottawa can fill, or there isn't a legislative gap and Ottawa shouldn't be filling. But as staff working in this space, and I recognize that the report is going to go into more detail, but at this time, with the information that you do know, do you think that there is a gap in legislation that Ottawa should be filling?
Mr. Chair, I can't answer that from an emergency and protective services position. I don't know if General Manager Ferrer is there. I'm sorry, I can't see from my camera angle whether she's still there, but her department deals with issues of eviction and tenants, and she may be able to provide some insight on this.
Chair, there currently is no renoviction type bylaw in Ottawa. So that in and of itself demonstrates a gap. What we've seen is that it's not one thing. I've heard Councillor Troster quite clearly also articulate the lack of rent control and other changes in provincial policy that have promoted rental construction on one hand, which is positive, but on another hand have left tenants a little bit in the lurch. And so what we do is we ensure that when we have an opportunity to fund advocacy organizations, legal clinics, and other organizations supporting tenants, that we absolutely do that. And that we work with community partners like OCH and others to prevent evictions as much as possible. But there have been policy gaps. There has not been an increase in social assistance rates since 2018. That's a huge gap. So there are gaps in income security, there are gaps in rent control legislation, and then there's an increase in the costs of other basic need items like food. So when you add all of that together, and I think often we hear from community members who are living the results of those changes, what they're asking for is us to take action, and we have to find the municipal levers where we can actually take action. I think Valerie is very eloquently, and together with our department, we will look at what it would take to create a rent eviction bylaw here. That's one tool. And I think we have to work on many fronts, and that's why I referred earlier to our 10-year plan as well, because that'll look at a whole spectrum of other actions that we can take as a municipality to support tenants and renters in general.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Didn't mean to put anyone on the spot, but I appreciate that answer. I think the discussion today has been very interesting, and I know that the motion is coming from a good place. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And first of all, I just wanted to check on one quick thing, because I think we're really wrestling hard with trying to keep people housed and also at the same time trying to find people new homes. CTV had a story about, I guess, a situation where one of the houses was trashed very badly. It turned into a VUT situation. Would we be looking at all aspects of this? Because I think we're doing our best as a city to try to keep people in houses, keep the houses in place and build more. But that VUT story wasn't a shining story for us. And I just want to, how would you combat something like that with a renoviction? You're aware of the story, I assume.
Chair, I'm just wondering if Valerie can speak to the scale to this in terms of the scope of what's on the table today. Because I'm not sure that would be in scope in terms of what the motion is stating.
Okay, fair enough. You know, we can take it offline. I just want to ensure that people aren't getting caught up in the VUT situation when tenancy, unfortunately, there's 99% that are great, but that CTV story wasn't good, where, you know, we're penalizing someone for trying to renovate their home for more people. I would like to say, though, however, at Good Roads this week, on the weekend, it was good. You think it's all about roads. It's not, by the way. It's just a name. A lot of the talks were around certainly housing and tenancy. I've also had great discussions with a lot of the AMO colleagues that participated. That was one of the biggest talks. All the sidebar talks were about getting people housed, the eviction situation. And Councillor Nan in Hamilton, she's a part of one of the committees with FCM. I had a good opportunity to speak with her in Prince George. So I certainly think that there's some merit to at least looking at it. And I want to thank Councillor Curry and the mayor's office for putting a gate in just to make sure. But as we know, it sounds like a lot of those gates have been put in place. It sounds like the councillor is quite satisfied with a lot of the new moves within this motion. And frankly, we were sitting around just a week ago talking about, well, you know, some people were criticizing me saying, well, why are we looking at this? Well, sometimes there's actually some good ideas. I mean, obviously we can all evaluate. It might have been snow removal and joint committees, but at the same time, maybe there's some good ideas that come out of these things. And I think we have a good opportunity here to go ahead. So I will be supporting Councillor Troster on this one and look forward to the good work that goes ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for Councillor Troster for the motion. I believe you said this, Clara, but I'm just going to ask again. Do you see this as sort of the other side because of creating affordable housing or keeping affordable housing? Because as Chair of OCH, we're doing our darndest to build more affordable housing. But I have to say that the statistics are depressing, that for every one we build, losing 31. And obviously, as a city, we should look at that because it's like, you know, we're treading water. And I'm concerned about that because I want to continue to do good work and have more affordable housing. But clearly, it's got to be examined in some way. And of course, I've got an inquiry coming up, but could you just comment on that, the two sides of it?
Chair, I would simply say that a tool like a bylaw, a tool like a funding decision, those are all tools that enable us to support people to remain housed and afford their housing. So we see it as one tool of many. Will it be the only tool that helps us prevent evictions? No, but it is one tool of many potentially.
Oh, I appreciate that. And I thank Councillor Troster again for bringing this forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Did anyone else have any questions before we go to Councillor Troster for wrap up? Nope. Councillor Troster, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you everyone for your patience today. I'm really glad we could have this conversation. I live in a ward where I'm hearing about dozens of evictions daily. As I mentioned, many of them are senior women. And you've heard from some of the delegates today how tremendously traumatic and disruptive it can be to go through an eviction, to find yourself cast out of your neighborhood and possibly out of the city. And we are working really hard to build as much housing as possible, to build as much affordable housing as possible. But moderately priced rentals are few and far between, and we're losing them. We're losing them at a rate of 31-1. And as we heard from Eileen Leo from the Mission, we have people who are going through the entire process of being in shelter and getting vocational training and doing all of the work and getting an apartment, and then they're losing it again and ending up back at the shelter. And I cannot imagine anything more heartbreaking. And as Councillor Gower said, if there's a policy gap that we can fill, I really believe that it's worth it for us to take a look. The Hamilton bylaw is one example. New Westminster is another. There might be another tool that's a better made in Ottawa solution. So this is why I was really pleased to work with staff on this motion, and they will be coming back to explain what work they would need to do to scope it out. And then as council, we can decide if we think it's a priority or not. But I think we can all agree that, you know, if this tremendous loss of housing continues, there's going to be more and more demand on our shelter system, and it's already worse than ever. If there is a situation where we can prevent bad faith evictions, where we can prevent tenants who are very vulnerable from having to go through that really traumatic experience, I think it behooves us to take a look. And I just want to thank everyone who came to speak today, who came to tell their story. And, there's no, this motion is not prescriptive. It might just be a matter of changing the order of things to insist that you have renovation permits before you issue an N13. There might be a fee, there might be not, or, the answer might be a massive investment in tenants' rights education. There's a lot of questions we have and answers we don't have yet. So I'm hoping you can all support this motion today and again at council next week to really take a close look at what some of our neighbor municipalities are doing. And I'll have I was already contacted by a city councillor in the city of Toronto that's looking at doing the same thing. I think Hamilton has taken the lead, and I think we have the opportunity to take leadership too. And we're not the same city as Hamilton. We're not the same city as New Westminster. It may look very different, but I hope we can agree on a commitment to ensure that vulnerable tenants are protected and that we can do everything possible to stop the loss of affordable housing because we just can't build it fast enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Councillor Schuster. Can we proceed to a recorded vote on this one, please?
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gower,
Yes.
and Chair, that's 12 yeas.
I didn't vote.
Oh, sorry.
Making assumptions. Let's make it unanimous. That carries. Thank you very much. And members, I just want to say, like, it's 2:00 in the afternoon. Our meetings go long, and this is the 26th Planning and Housing Committee meeting of this term. The housing issues, this committee continues to expend the energy on housing issues. And I know that staff are hearing that. I think, we're making our direction very clear, and we'll continue to push at that. Let's just call it a day there. All right, we're close. We have no in-camera items. I don't have any notices of motion for a subsequent meeting. Councillor Kavanaugh, you have an inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Chair. What I can do is just read the questions if you would like that. Is that allowed?
That would be great, please.
Okay, I think most of us have read it and we're aware of the direction since we've talked a lot about this same kind of issue today. Okay, so let me just get it down here. Give me a second. Okay, if staff could answer the following questions, and this is on rental replacement, otherwise known as demoviction. According to the report between 2011 and 2021, Ottawa lost a total of 30,215 private rental units with rents below $1,000, a number greater than the entire community housing stock. Considering the rapid depletion of affordable housing stock and recognizing that certain policies the city has in place may unintentionally contribute to the trend of promoting infill development, do staff intend to commence the joint departmental working plan item regarding rental replacement that was previously put on hold? If changes, if any, to the bylaw review plan might be needed to resume work on this file, could staff resume work on the rental replacement bylaw in conjunction with the potential review of Renoviction permissions?
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. I will just say, once again, we're in this gray area where there's any number of committees that can be taking a look at this. I know that Councillor Dudas, Councillor Brockington, and I will need to have some discussion about where that finally lands. But it is just, in this case, an inquiry. We have no other business. We are adjourned. We're going to meet on April the 29th with our colleagues in Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee to discuss the comprehensive zoning bylaw. Joint committee, but not on snow clearing. Snow clearing joint committee. And then on Wednesday, May the 8th, we'll have another regular meeting. Colleagues, thank you very much.
Thank you.